one because
promise to help each other, celebrate the joys of life, and to console each other.
Hello. I am sorry, but I must interrupt this show. Later, you know what it is. Hey, Ham, it's time, baby. Low, it's time how we do. Hey. They said, we said, we lit. They said, we said, we on. They said, we said, we strong. They said, we said, we go. We say that you heard right. 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 They said, we said, we in. They said, we said, we on. They said, we said, strong. They said, we said, go. We say that you heard right. 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 Man, I swear that it's imminent. I've been going so hard on my penmanship. About to go in and buy me a wheel. And I pull that shit fresh off the dealership. I can leave you on red like an Xbox. Got me laughing at you like you red fox. Got you chasing Hot Wheels like a matchbox. EA running the game and it don't stop. Super cold like I'm playing for Blitz. Got you all in my sights like Red Dead Redemption. Never gonna slip on my pimpin'. Better get out my way, bitch, I'm on a mission. Really ain't no competition. I'm steady grilling opposition. I'm get up and ready to win. They can play it how they play, but fuck what you say. I'm getting this money today. Last of us like a dying breed. Down the ride like a noble steed. Fatality moves, I make it bleed. That's on any game, that's on any screen. Shut up and give me your money. They said we so lit. Even if I take an L, we coming back just to show that we don't quit. They said we lit. They said we said we on. They said we said we strong. They said we said go.
Greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 12th installment of Everything Plus Gaming on TSWS Gaming. I'm your host, Loke7, and joining me as always is Ham Solo. Ham! How you doing, bro?
I am doing pretty good. I'm pretty much in good spirits. Not just from like recent news and whatnot, but this last weekend was a really good time, and I spent too much money. But I went to a Nebraska football game, which was pretty dope. It gets crazy loud in those stadiums, and
did you record anything for us to see?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Did you record anything for us to see?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I did. I just gotta wait until this crap loads. It's moving slow as hell. There we go.
You might want to put it up on screen.
Yeah, I'll put it up on screen. Just give me a quick second.
All right. Well, I'm also doing pretty good. Did you notice that you said pretty like 4 times in that little soliloquy of yours?
Yeah, that's because there was some hesitance in some areas, and it was like,
okay,
I'm pretty good. I could be a little bit better, but I'm pretty good. I had
what's
a lot
missing?
of what's missing. Oh, I just wish I didn't spend as much as I did. That's pretty much it.
Oh.
Like, I just wish I didn't spend as much, and I wish I could do it more often. But I wish I could do it a lot more often. You know what I mean? It's a lot of fun. By the way, by the way, here it is right up here. So here's a couple of the photos I took when I was at the game.
Nice.
That's like a zoom in photo. But like this is like more or less like from the actual seat that I was in. Like I can actually.
That's pretty close.
I guess
that's kind of close.
Yeah. I mean, it was pretty damn close. This is where I was sitting. You can hear Mo Bamba playing. And the stadium was so loud. It was like 90,000 strong. And we made them we made them false start right there because we were so loud in the stadium. It was pretty nuts.
Was there one empty seat there?
It was sold out. It was a 400.
What the hell?
That was a 401 401st sellout. So like, not sure if it actually says it anywhere.
Lots of people.
Yeah. If you look to the top right, it says NCAA record.
What?
You can barely kind of see it. Like if I pull the screen, NCAA
Yeah.
sellout on the top right corner. It says 401 in the white. You can't really see the white, but it says 401 consecutive sellout.
That is wild.
But yeah, that's
people.
It is. Yeah,
That is people.
Yeah, yes. What do you mean is that people? Of course it's fucking people. It's people
Bro,
everywhere.
like all of that red, that's people.
All of it, yeah.
Jesus.
Oh, yeah, the white too, like the speckled red and white, that's all people.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah, college football lives in Nebraska.
Did you
I've been
guys
trying
win?
to tell folks that we
All right,
don't
settle
fuck
down.
around when it comes
No.
with real football.
All right, settle down, Ham. Settle
We
down.
don't.
Texas has the most rabid fans for football. All right.
Oh man,
Just look at the Cowboys and the Texans. Just chill.
this play was dope.
Ooh, that was nice. Play action. That was play action.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice. Did Nebraska win?
Yeah. Nebraska won. You see Alabama lost?
No, I did not. To
Yeah,
who?
Alabama.
Who they lose to? Georgia or something?
Vanderbilt. It was fucking tragic. It was
Serious. A bunch of bookworms. They lost to bookworms.
Essentially, yeah.
That is embarrassing. That's
Essentially,
tragic.
yeah. It is tragic because they had just came from having they just beat the number one team in the nation and then lose the very next week as the number one team in the nation
To Vanderbilt. That's bad.
Yep. Real football.
Buenos dias, Reichi. Bienvenido. Kelly says this ain't real football. My guy. Guy. We will have real football tomorrow on Football Manager 2025.
Whatever.
I got you, Kelly.
That's that stuff you call trash.
I got you, Kelly. I got you. Shit, sorry. I was putting up the video and then you were also putting it up at the same time. What have you been playing this past week?
Call of Duty, or not Call of Duty. I said that just off. I don't know why I said Call of Duty. I really don't know why I said that.
Muscle reflex.
Oh! I said it because I bought my brother Call of Duty for his because that's the reason I was out of town in the first place. I wasn't there to see a Nebraska game.
Yeah,
I was there for my brother's birthday, which I ended up going to hang out with him after the game and whatnot. And I bought him because he has a PS5. I bought him Call of Duty because that's his game, right?
Please tell me you got the Ultimate Edition.
No, I just got him the regular one. It was $70. I ain't spending no $200. Nah,
it's
bro.
Not $200. It's $110.
I don't care what it is. You get the base version because your ass could have had an Xbox and got it on Game Pass, but you did. So you get the base.
Did you have this conversation with him?
Yeah, I did. I said because my cousin Matt was there, Matthew Hum, right? That shows up in the chat every once in a while.
Yeah,
Matthew Hum was there as well, and I was like, me and Matt gonna be playing on Game Pass. But here you go, and I gave him the receipt to GameStop, so he could so he can go pick up his physical copy.
Damn.
Yeah, take your ass over there and go pick up that physical copy. Have a good time. We gonna be playing it off the Game Pass. I'm gonna have that shit preloaded and ready to go.
Oh my goodness. Did you buy it for the PS5 Pro? Kelly wants to know.
What?
Kelly wants you to confirm that you bought it for the PS5 Pro.
For the PS5 Pro?
Yeah.
Hell no. I mean, I guess I did. I mean, unless they do a $10 version.
You know, PlayStation, that's their thing. You know, that's their thing.
So,
and Xbox will be like, it's fine. We can make a $10. Xbox will be like, we can make a $10 upgrade as long as like three of those dollars are going straight to us. The other $7 you can have, and then everyone on Xbox gets the same upgrade for nothing. Anyways, what have you been playing since we went into that tangent there about your brother?
Okay, so I've been playing more basketball, getting better at that game actually, but not much. Um, Also Starfield, been playing a good amount of that game,
Midfield.
and a ton of college football as well, building up my ultimate team in that. Because I'm not really a big fan of Ultimate Team at all. Like I
But you got your
actually,
brakes beaten that day, and you're still traumatized.
yeah.
You're
So
still mad about that.
yeah, well, not only am I still mad about that, but like I said, I'm not really big into Ultimate Team like that. I'm only doing this because my cousin also owns the game, and he enjoys playing it just as much much as I do, if not maybe a little bit less. I enjoy it a lot. I enjoy the game a lot, but not really Ultimate Team. But seeing that you can play co-op in Ultimate Team changed the game. So
Dude, there's a reason why those games come out every single year and they make a killing. It's because they're
yeah,
not a
yeah,
standalone feature. They're a
I think it's
social
stupid.
thing.
I still think it's stupid. It still doesn't make enough sense to me for it to come out every year without it just being a roster update, unless you're changing a lot of actual like the physics of the game and changing all this other like if you're changing things that I'm gonna be like, yo, you can't do anything like that, or it doesn't look anything like that in the last one, then it makes sense. But if you're switching it and then telling me, hey, make a new ultimate team, I'm like, hey, go fuck yourself. I just worked my ass off for this last ultimate team for this
Yeah.
last
But you know
game.
what happens, Ham? What happens is me, you, Matt, and Bill, right, will
Sure.
play Madden every single year together. And that'll be our game. So as much as you might say this is some bullshit, that's what we do as like a crew or as friends or whatever. That's how they make a killing with those games. Whether it's Madden, whether it's NBA, that's how they make a killing. The
It still
social
doesn't that
aspect
doesn't
of it.
make it right. I don't care. It doesn't make it right.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just explaining the psychology of
I mean,
why.
I get the loop. I get why I'm going to the store and buying it. Look, you don't got to re-explain that to me. I understand. I'm pissed about that. That's the reason I'm not happy is because I got to do that
Right.
repeatedly, right?
You're still
But
okay.
like,
But you're at peace that you're going to do it regardless.
I'm at peace that I'll do it for like, and see, this is how they get you specifically, right? Is because
Yeah.
they know that you're gonna get one of them, right? And especially with like EA, right? Seeing that they got the whole like football
Yeah.
franchise, and
They've got
and
football, they've got soccer, they've got NHL,
there you go, you
they've
said it
got
right.
NBA. They've got everything, dude.
You said it properly. About time.
So
Yeah, they got all that.
listen,
So it's just like
I have
you're
to be a
gonna
good
get one of
Christian once in a while. I have to give you something at some point.
them.
Rachie says I was playing a way out with a friend in Mexico. I like how you're playing split screen with people in another country. Rachie, fun fact, TSWS only exists because of a way out. That was the game that made me and Ham like get to know each other and be like, yo, dude, let's do a podcast. And then the rest is history.
Yep.
Anything else you've been playing this past few days?
No, not really.
I'm insisting because I don't want to talk about what I've been playing.
Yes, I want to hear about Dustborn. I don't care about what else you've
Dustborn.
been playing. I just want to hear about your time with
Oh
Dust.
man, Dustborn.
Please break it down for me. Dust it off.
It's definitely broken down. Yep. It is definitely broken down.
No, don't lie to me now because I watched a little bit of that stream. And
Oh, okay.
last I remember you hearing is that the
Yeah.
mechanics in the game were great.
Yeah.
You're like,
Well, I
hey, the
wouldn't say
game
great.
mechanics are
Settle
great.
down.
And,
Settle
and
down.
I just remember you being like, this is pretty great. Like, I was like, yo, like, he's saying great a lot while
Is
he's
this woke
playing that
7?
game. I'm just saying, like, you were having a ball, is what it looked like. Especially like the way you were turning and looking at that stuff. Is very like Resident Evil esque watching you
What
playing
stuff?
that. Like just looking at the items that you were picking up and looking at and rolling.
Oh yeah.
Looking through, you were having the time of your life.
Dude, I'm not going to lie. That game is
Better than
not a
Elden Ring.
total.
Luke said it.
It's I did not say better than Elden.
That's
Don't
why
you
you're going to
dare.
beat that game before you beat Elden Ring.
No, I'm actually not. I've already uninstalled Dustborn, and I don't care how many super chats people send to me. I'm not going to play it again. I'm just not going to do it. Anyway,
man,
about
get that
Dustborn.
100%. Be the one of few.
Fuck off. No. Ron Slasher, welcome in, bro. Dustborn is awesome. Can't wait to buy it instead of Space Mode. No, don't do that, Ron. Listen to me. Look at my eyes. Look at me. Don't do that. Do not do that. Anyways, as I was saying, Dustborn is not like mechanically it's solid. It runs fine. I didn't have any bugs. I cut through like my character walked through 1 or 2 ladders, which is fine, for that type of game. It's like a story heavy game. Think of the Telltale games essentially, and mechanically, it's perfectly fine in my opinion. Yeah, Halo, yeah, Matt. Halo's back. Matt, also, what's up? Matt, you sound excited. You know the way to get here if you're really that interested. Anyways.
Yeah, we'll be definitely talking about Halo in a little bit. So if you really got to get your bars off, feel free.
Knock yourself out. Says he's ecstatic. I've never seen you like chat so many times in the space of 1 minute. Check, Ham. This is like 8:17, 8:17, 8:7. Like, this is the same. Wow, that's wild. Let me know. I'll join right now, Matt. I'm tired of reading your chats. I'm tired. You're not saying anything interesting here. Anyways, I was saying, Ham, about Dustborn. Mechanically, it works fine, just like the Telltale games.
I want to talk about Halo, but Loke really wants to talk about Dustborn, you guys. So just buckle up, relax. Matt tried to change the subject, but Loke went right back to Dustborn because it's cool.
Listen, if this is where we're going with it,
Bigger news.
I'd rather not talk. We're not talking anymore. Pax from Dustborn is a powerful.
Or we're not talking anymore. Please let me go back to bed. Please let me go back to bed.
Oh my god. Anyways, my point is, let me finish my point on Dustborn, then we can move on. Okay. Mechanically, it works fine, but story-wise, it's offensive. Story-wise. And I'll use Ham.
Sounds like the game works.
This game. Yeah, but I'll use this game on the screen as a good example. This is college football, correct?
Yeah, of course.
Imagine college football had a very good career mode in terms of like story, right?
Okay, yeah, it doesn't have that. Okay.
No, just imagine that. Right?
Yeah, no, I'm imagining.
And then in game, right? In the matches, dog shit. That's Dustborn. Yeah. That's Dustborn.
Like manager.
So Dustborn has a really good story?
Dustborn has the worst story you could think of, but it's a story game. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, no one buys Madden for the campaign.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying now. Gotcha.
Do you get what I'm saying? No one buys a Telltale game because they want to fight zombies.
Because they want
or
awesome
fight.
mechanics, right? I know. I see what you're
Exactly.
saying.
Exactly.
I mean, awesome mechanics is
So
a plus, but it's not. But that's not why you
the
bought
meat
the
and
game.
potatoes. Exactly. That's why I'm saying Dustborn is a bad game. Because the main thing that it should be good at, it's not only like not good, it is offensively bad. And then all this other stuff is, this is kind of neat. But yeah, no one came here for that though. So that's Dustborn in a nutshell. The main thing that it's supposed to be good at, it's offensively bad at. K Mega will take
So you
all your
recommend it?
viewers because buzz off. Matt, how you doing? What you been playing?
Buddy, I'm doing ecstatic. I'm doing amazing. I'm doing incredible. I've been playing. Let me tell you what I've been playing,
Sting,
love,
huh?
because I've been playing. I've
Matt's
been
about
playing a
to
little
sting.
game. I've been playing a little game you probably haven't heard of. A very small game from a very small studio. A little game called Halo Infinite. I'm really, really enjoying myself, and you know
Mhm.
what? I'm enjoying myself so much that I re-downloaded all of MCC as well, just because. Just because. No particular reason. There's not any huge, massive, major, awesome, amazing news in the past 24 or 48 hours. Just because.
Oh my god. All right. You know what? Let's do this. And also, Raichi, this doesn't help, bruv. K Mega will take all your viewers because he's talking about Halo. Bruv, if there's one thing I'm still proud of about TSWS is that we don't talk about stuff we don't want to talk about.
We
That's
definitely
one
want to
thing
talk
I'm
about
super
Halo.
proud of. Right now, we
definitely want to
definitely
talk
want to
about
talk
Halo.
about Halo. But if we
I
didn't
definitely don't
want
want to
to,
talk about Dustborn.
we would not be talking about something if we didn't want to talk about it. So
Yeah.
let's get
Okay.
into Halo.
All right.
Let's get into Halo because even I want to talk about Halo.
Good.
Let me set it up for you, Matt, and then you can go. Halo's
You're gonna
343.
spike the shit out of it.
I'm gonna throw him a softball, and then he's just gonna give it a home run.
He's
Halo's
just gonna
343
hit that
rebrands
bit.
and confirms multiple games coming using Unreal Engine. So Halo developer 343 Industries has rebranded as Halo Studios and announced that it's working on multiple Halo games developed within UE5. The news was shared during Sunday's Halo World Championship tournament. Again, Sunday? Anyway, in which it debuted a video showing a technical test of various Halo-themed locations running with Unreal. The studio stressed that the footage shown isn't a game, but a glimpse of what it might be able to achieve within UE5. A game engine is
In
a framework
timeout,
used for...
and I want
Well,
you to pause it right there. I do want to show here in a little bit the video that I watched yesterday of everybody and just the audience and just kind of the reaction that was kind of going on there because I mean I thought that was cool and we can actually talk during it. Like it's not something that we have to like hush and be quiet about,
yeah,
but it's
yeah.
just something interesting to kind of see how they react as it's happening because you know they're seeing it for the very first time, right? And we're like we seen it at home, but they're seeing it live during a actual, you know, like event or whatnot. So yeah,
Okay. We believe that the consumption habits of gamers... So this is one of the quotes from Pierre... Who?
Heinz.
Pierre Hitz?
Heinz.
Heinz. Okay. From Halo Studios. We believe that the consumption habits of gamers have changed. The expectations of how fast their content is available. On Halo Infinite, we were developing a tech stack that was supposed to set us up for the future and games at the same time. Chris Matthews added, respectfully, some components of Slipspace are almost 25 years old. Although 343 were developing it continuously, There are aspects of Unreal that Epic has been developing for some time, which are unavailable to us in Slipspace and would have taken huge amounts of time and resources to try and replicate. One of the primary things we're interested in is growing and expanding our world so players have more to interact with and more to experience. Nanite and Lumen, Unreal's rendering and lighting technologies, offer us an opportunity to do that in a way that the industry hasn't seen before. As artists, it's incredibly exciting to do that work. More quotes from Heinz. One of the things I really wanted to get away from was the continued teasing out of possibilities and must haves. We should do more and say less. For me, I really think it is important that we continue the posture
Stop.
which we have right. Okay.
Read the beginning of that one more time. Like I
One
like
of
I really appreciated what he said. Like right at the
here,
second sentence. The second sentence.
we should do more and say less.
Exactly.
That's
Like to the T.
and
Like he nailed it right there.
yes.
Right?
And that's why I love Pierre
The rest of
Hines.
the quote is like poetry in motion as well too. Like maybe not the rest of the quote, but like the next quote, I believe possibly after that. So just go on ahead and read all of that and then stop after you get done with the quotes.
All right. We should do more. Okay, let me just highlight this so we can get back to it eventually. For me, I really think it is important that we continue the posture which we have right now when it comes to our franchise. The level of humility, the level of servitude towards Halo fans. We should talk about things when we have things to talk about at scale. Today, it's the first step. We're showing Foundry because it feels right to do so. We want to explain our plans to Halo fans and attract new and passionate developers to our team. The next step will be talking about the games themselves. End quote. Go off, fam. Let me get my glasses.
Go back down to the quote.
All right. There we go.
That we're talking about. Okay, so yeah. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I just really like the whole we should do more and say less aspect of it. I feel like not just 343 should take that note, but sometimes I feel like Xbox as a whole, maybe that's the whole message that's maybe getting across is this whole do more, say less. Obviously, what you've done isn't enough for a lot of people. You've served a lot of people fairly well. And I was happy with Infinite. I wanted to see more with it, but there was a lot of people that weren't.
I
There
was
was
happy.
the discourse or there was some stuff that was fudged up. Let's keep it real. Like the couch co-op thing, as big of a deal or as little of a deal as people want to make that, when something's promised and it's not hit, it hurts. And it's easily something to point out and say, that's why you're bad. Because another empty promise. Right? So to me, the whole idea of just do more, shut the fuck up. That's pretty much what he's saying is we're just gonna shut the fuck up and do what we gotta do. We've all because 343 they promised a lot and then they messed up and then they doubled down on promises after messing up and then failed again in certain aspects of it. They've made good products. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you any of the Halo games are absolute shit because none of them are. Right? There's better ones, obviously, than others. I personally liked Infinite. I think Infinite was widely popular when it first came out, and especially when it was in its tech preview.
Infancy.
I've never seen a game in a tech preview or any sort of like game preview or something like that get that much praise. Like, it was wild, the amount of praise that Halo was getting when it first came out, and then it just kind of like
They didn't
it
maintain the
landed,
momentum.
and then it just never added to it, so it got stale. It got
Yeah.
extremely stale. And then by the time they added to it, like, people already moved on to other, other parts of the kitchen. They already looking in the freezer. They're done with the refrigerator. They ain't looking in there anymore.
Yeah.
But it was still good all around. But then you hear about all the background stuff that's going on with it, and like your confidence, whether you are looking at the game and enjoying the game. If you just look behind your monitor and just see what's going on over at 343, it was just like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna keep playing the game. I don't want to look at that
It's
right
not
now.
going well. It's not
Very
going
good.
well.
People getting fired, the people like the
Broken
main
promises,
big
dude.
guy, yeah, big time broken promises. The person that was the lead of making that engine out of there left. And then on top of that, just like rumblings about how certain content wasn't added into the game, and they didn't fully believe in themselves in certain aspects with part of the project, and they showed you a game that wasn't ready and didn't look right, so they had to like completely go back to the drawing board. And then after that's all said and done, just retaining people there to continue to work on an engine that's hard to get used to. And then you have people that come in and leave, and like that, and like they can never get used to working on that engine, because when they're there, they're only there for Halo, and if Halo's the only thing that runs off of this engine, then they need a training just to walk in the door. So like, I mean, yeah, I like all that, but was there any specific piece of the quote that you had, either one of you guys? Because I like that.
So I was watching like an hour ago. I was watching Mint Blitz's new video, who's a pretty big Halo YouTuber.
Yeah.
And he dove more into this and everything. So apparently everything we saw that is part of that whole Project Foundry is intended to be used in a Halo game in one of their projects in some way, shape, or form. So everything we saw, whether it's one for one to what we see in the final game, everything we saw will be in a Halo game of some sort at some point in time. So
nice.
there's that, which, just side note and thing I'm really excited about, pretty much confirms. I mean, the fact that they kept showing Master Chief with his old armor pretty much confirms to me that they're doing the CE remake, which I'm thrilled about. On top of all this, just like, I'll talk about the name change real quick, because the really big and exciting thing is Unreal. But the name change, I love it, simply because it puts to bed pretty much this is a whole new studio. They got rid of all the things that people complained about with 343. All the management that people complained about with 343 is entirely gutted. It's gone. This is a new studio. Pierre Heinz with that quote, "We should do more and say less." That's exactly why I love Pierre Heinz, because he's been the head of this studio now for like 2.5 years, maybe 3 years almost. I have not seen him say a word once outside of yesterday.
Man,
I've
you
not
can
seen him.
almost see why when he speaks. It's like, this
Never.
man is
I've
not
never
an
heard
actor.
of him.
He doesn't really. You can tell the way he talks. He doesn't talk a lot, but when he does,
No,
he
he
just
doesn't.
says what he got to say, and you better get it done.
Exactly. That's why I like him, because Bonnie Ross, God bless her. I don't hate Bonnie Ross, but
God
she was
bless.
out there. She was out there. She was talking about making promises that they weren't keeping. Like, she was doing the exact opposite of what Pierre Heinz is doing. which that's why I'm pretty stoked for Pierre Hines. Also, the fact that he is the person who, I wouldn't say single handedly, because obviously team effort and everything, but he spearheaded the whole saving Halo MCC thing. So that's huge. Also, the move to Unreal Engine 5, amazing. I'm ecstatic. I was talking to Ham last night. I'm a little bit nervous in the sense of I want to see how it's going to play on Unreal Engine 5. Outside of that, I'm sure they'll figure it out. It's their job to figure it out. So that's something I'm not too worried about. I'm excited simply for the fact that should, I mean, they confirmed multiple projects in the works. That should speed up development timelines, because if Microsoft's really committed, and they seem like they are, they're really committed to this whole contract worker thing where you come in for like 10, 15, 20 months or 18 months or whatever it is, and you work on the game, and then you're either renewed or you're let go or whatever. If that's what they're really committed to, you need an engine that you can learn very quickly. And Unreal Engine is kind of the standard. Yeah, it's like outside of like crap, what's that one? I forget the one engine that Ubisoft uses a lot, or smaller Ubisoft games use a lot. I can't remember what it's called. Outside of that engine, Unreal Engine's like the most common engine in gaming. It's like what you've learned when you're learning game development. It's like one of the first engines you learn because it's so readily available to everybody. But like that should speed up development timelines. That should also mean that, hey, when the next big multiplayer thing comes out from Halo, maybe we won't have to wait for a full year for the first season. Maybe it's only 2-3 months, like a normal game. Like stuff like that has me really excited. Also, just like I'm fully convinced we're getting the CE remake, and that's why I'm so happy. Like this whole, like all of this news is amazing, but there's no way they're not doing that CE remake.
The original trilogy.
I think the whole trilogy. And I told him this. Think of what they did. And I told him it's two entirely different genres, two entirely different games. But look at how they're handling Resident Evil. Resident Evil was pretty fucking stagnant for a while. It was pretty eh. And then they did Resident Evil 2 remake. And then they're like, oh, we got some momentum. Resident Evil 7, Resident Evil 3 remake, Resident Evil Village, Resident Evil 4 remake. There's no reason, especially with the switch to Unreal, that you can't hit that cadence. Obviously, probably going to be bigger games in terms of scope, but there's no reason you can't hit that cadence of, here, we're going to remake CE. We'll give you the next Halo thing. We'll remake 2, give you the next Halo thing. Remake 3, give you the next Halo thing. And each remake is a practice in that engine, is a chance for you to test things out, maybe even on what you want to do for other newer Halo games. And that's fucking exciting to me, if I'm being 100% honest.
I mean, and then at the same time, just to piggyback off of what Matt's kind of saying right now, I mean, I don't know how many times we've said it, other podcasts have said it, people on the street. Like, Halo isn't really for the new school like that, right? So like, it'd be the perfect way to kind of bring it back and give it all these function and features with that pretty looking glam and everything that it has, and get people tied back into the lore that is Halo. Get the kids that are now like my daughter, her age, get her, she's, between 5 and 10 years old. So, by the time they're at Halo 3, she'll probably be like, between 10 and 15. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like you're kind of it's almost like Mario all over again, right? But
reintroducing yourself.
But on a bigger scale, but on a bigger scale, and I'm hoping reimagined, because because the way I'm looking at this is different than the way I look at like The Last of Us remastered or remake. You know what I mean? Where it's gonna like The Last of Us remake, and it like it was a pretty tight story, and when they remade the game, I don't know. I feel like it was so soon that you couldn't really appreciate the newness in the wow of everything.
Ham,
You think
don't be
about
politically correct.
CE. Halo CE
It was
came out.
unnecessary, dude.
Halo CE came out in what 2001, 2002?
2001.
2001.
Yeah,
2001.
2001.
Mhm.
So 20 what was it? Well, it would be like 24 years later, essentially, something like that, right?
Yeah.
This remake is necessary. This is
I
actually
mean,
worth people's time.
and
It's-
it would just hit so much on like the feels of like, you know, like this is what I felt like GoldenEye like if they did this is what I felt like 007 GoldenEye should have did when they came back.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
forgot
Instead of
they
just
even did
porting
that.
it.
This is kind of technically what Perfect Dark is doing right now.
Yeah.
Sure.
You
Except
know,
it's a sequel.
and Matt already noted back to like Resident Evil, no more tank controls. No more tank
Yeah.
controls. You know what I'm saying? So like it's just like it's gonna be such a big difference that it's just gonna be amazing. And I'm hoping for what Matt says to come true, that they do remake this game. So then like my niece's nephew's daughter, you know, can see what I seen when I was a kid, except in 4K, you know, like I wish I
Yeah.
could have seen when I was a kid.
Dude, there's just no way they're not remaking. There's just no. They knew
They did say
exactly.
multiple projects.
They said multiple projects, and when they started showing off, they showed Master Chief multiple times in UE5.
Yeah, let me just throw this on
and
here. I might as
and
well.
his original armor. There's no way
Of
that
course.
they didn't think that through. They know exactly what they're doing.
I'm gonna turn it down a little bit because there's
You know what?
not a lot of need for the noise.
You know what,
We can
Matt?
still talk though. Yeah, definitely.
I
What's
just want
up?
to add a little sauce to this discussion. I think it's
Mm-hmm.
apropos that they decided to make this announcement at a gaming tournament or at a Halo tournament,
Okay.
because they're
Right.
focusing a big announcement to the hardcore Halo gamers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is Pierre speaking right now. If you want to listen.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a game, but I think it is important that things to each other pertaining to the studio that I have a chance to talk about this. And this is
Yeah,
an opportunity for me to
studio had, yep.
do this. But and the side story here, I think the team has really hard work for the last 2 years. And we want to touch a little bit on what we have done in our foundation. But I think Kristen can tell you more about it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
All right, so it's like a lot of mumbling. I can't really make out a whole lot of what they're saying.
Me neither.
Can you
Me
guys?
neither.
No, not
Nope.
really.
Okay, so yeah.
All right, let's get
But
to super chat real quick. Yeah.
Yeah, go on ahead.
Drawn TJ, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, man. Really appreciate it. He said Halo in Unreal Engine looks crazy. Plus, don't forget they will be giving us third person mode.
Yeah, I think.
Ham?
Yeah, they come out with that. Was that in like November? I know they come out with the Hell Jumpers thing October 25th. Yeah. But when does the third person thing? I don't think that's announced completely yet.
I don't
is
think
it?
the date.
Listen,
I don't
it's
think the
coming.
date's announced. I'm pretty sure they just
I thought
said
they
it's
just said
November. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be part of the winter
On
update.
its
So
way.
whenever that drops, that will drop as well. But yeah, dude, I'm ecstatic about all this. I'm really ecstatic about all this. Like,
Yep.
and the amount of people I see online who are like, because there's a lot of it online. Me and him talked about it, where it's just like, People are miserable and they want you to be miserable
Hey,
all the time.
hey.
Like the amount of people online who are just like, well, it's still the same. It's not the same studio, and it hasn't been the same studio for like the last 3 years. I think the last thing that was keeping them being the same studio was Joseph Staten being there. And I love Joseph Staten, and honestly, without Joseph Staten, Halo Infinite would have been much worse. We'll say that. It would have been much worse without Joseph Staten. But him leaving, Bonnie Ross leaving, you have people like Frank O'Connor leaving the studio. All those people leave. Like, this is not the same studio. This is essentially a brand new studio, maybe with a couple leftovers from 343, but for the most part, a brand new studio head with a whole new name. It's like it's an entirely fresh slate for them, and I think with the way their studio's constructed, with the people they have now, it's totally deserved, because it would have been pretty unfair for this studio, being the way that it is, as new as it is, with all these new people. It would have been pretty unfair for them to go into the next Halo game having the 343 name over them, because that name, for all intents and purposes, is pretty tainted at this point.
Poison.
So having that name over them going into the next Halo game, even if it was amazing, for some people it just wouldn't have mattered. It really wouldn't have mattered.
It's still 343.
Exactly. You got to make a new name. You got to come out and tell people that you have multiple things in the works, and you got to announce the big UE5 reveal. So they nailed it. They did all that stuff.
For me personally, I need to see more. Obviously, it's a plus, right? That they're not doubling down on a failing strategy, a failing team, etc. Right? But we don't have any guarantees that this new team is going to do better. We don't know this.
I feel pretty confident that this team's going to do better, just because they have Pierre Heinz leading it, versus Bonnie Ross, who, again, God bless her, she's not Pierre Heinz.
Damn.
I'll say that much. Pierre Heinz, like I said, like he's credited for saving Halo Master Chief Collection. And if you were there when Halo Master Chief Collection launched, and even like a few years after it launched,
it was
saving that is no small feat. That's a very huge feat. So I have, like, I'm about as confident as anyone could possibly be, and the new Halo studio.
All right, Yodani. No, I did not get a refund. I played past the 2-hour mark. You were with her. You were with me. We're on the stream, bro. I can't get a refund for Dustborn. It's there. It's over.
I don't know why you bought that slop.
Because these guys kept insisting.
You gotta learn to not listen to people sometimes. Don't listen to people.
There's an angle that one of my mutuals on Twitter puts up. He's actually someone that I think you think is one of your mutuals as well. He said 343 rebrands to Halo Studios and moves the Halo franchise to a multi-platform engine. He's a PlayStation fan, trying to imply, I see that smirk, Ham, trying to imply that the next Halo games are on Unreal because they're going to PlayStation. Thoughts?
That's silly. I mean, it very well could be going to PlayStation, but they're not making that move because of PlayStation. No. They're making that move because it's easier for them to get people to work on their game. If it goes to PlayStation, that's sure, whatever. I mean, that's out of my hands, right? Like, because I'm only a consumer just like you. But yeah, that isn't very good logic. Like, think about like let me show this post I actually put up earlier today, and and this is pretty relevant to me personally. Come on. There you go. Right there.
All right.
So
Ooh.
all those games are on Unreal Engine 5.
Yeah.
Even South of Midnight, it's so like it looks so
Yes.
different and unique. I thought South of
Yeah.
Midnight was on its own engine.
No, it's. I don't think they have the Well, I mean, I guess they do because it's Microsoft, but I don't think Microsoft's building a whole new engine for
South of Midnight.
Compulsion. Yeah, that's Unreal Engine.
Oh, Outer Worlds is going to look nice. The second one.
Because
the first one was amazing.
I cannot wait for Outer Worlds 2.
Oh.
Man. Yeah, dude.
I mean, Hellblade was also on Unreal Engine 5, you know?
Yep. They got two of the most talented Unreal studios to help. If they run into any issue at all, they can call the Coalition and they can call Ninja Theory. Coalition, outside of maybe Epic themselves, is probably the most talented studio. Or Obsidian. Like, Coalition's probably the most talented studio with Unreal Engine outside of Epic Games themselves. So, like, you really couldn't ask for, like, a better situation for the new studio, because it's like, you got any issues whatsoever, you're calling some of the best studios to ever use that engine.
Have me mind pulling up that list again. I want to see that list one more time, because Danny brings up a good point here. He says, I hate that they're relying so much on one engine. They need to get a team behind id Tech ASAP. I'm not very good with the technical aspects of video game development.
Maybe they are. You never know if they're actually doing that in the background.
Yeah. Can you have one engine and then have like vastly different styles? Because my worry with having one engine, and that's why I was shocked with South of Midnight, because South of Midnight is like crazy weird in terms of how it works, the whole stop motion animation, whatever. I don't like the idea of a future where Halo, Gears, Avowed, Outer Worlds, like all these games kind of look like the same. There's no risk of that with even if you're using the same engine.
No. You're seeing it with South of Midnight. You're also seeing it like you're also seeing it with something like Clockwork Revolution. Granted, we've only seen a very small amount of it. Clockwork Revolution doesn't look like Gears of War. Clockwork Revolution doesn't look like Outer Worlds 2. It doesn't look like Avowed. Like, also
look, Ark is on Unreal Engine. What game looks like that?
Oh my god!
There you go. Also, with the whole id Tech thing, like,
someone needs to start paying super chat so you don't bring up Ark. Go ahead, man.
I think
Flintlock. Is Flintlock?
Frostpunk.
I'm not sure Flintlock is.
Didn't Frostpunk 2 come out recently?
Yeah, it did. It did.
I want to try that out, even though I don't think I like it.
Unreal Engine?
Oh my Ham.
It was
Ham.
There you go. That's a whole bunch of games that look wildly different than one another.
I'm looking at a list right now of these games. Ark Survival,
Unreal.
Ark 2, Banishers, Black Myth Wukong,
Black Myth is
Borderlands 4 is going to be an Unreal Engine.
I think
F1 Manager.
Okay, stop it. Just because it has manager in it. No.
Fortnite. He said just because it has manager in it.
This guy.
My
I think
bro, and this is where I wanted to go.
Ready or
Danny
Not.
brings it up.
Stalker.
Exactly. Matt. Remember I've been bitching about the creation engine. I've been
keep bitching, bud. You can keep bitching
years now.
You can keep bitching for another decade, 2 decades, 3 decades. You want to keep going. You can keep going. You keep on
Are they
going.
going to slap us? Are they going to slap us with the creation engine 3.0 for Elder Scrolls 6?
Bro, they already told you that I'm pretty sure Todd's come out and said it. What they did with Starfield, they're going to implement a lot of that technology. And obviously they're going to build on it, but they're going to implement a lot of that technology into Elder Scrolls 6. They're like
Lollipop
that.
Chainsaw,
I don't think
Oh,
any.
that's bad.
Remnant.
bad.
I don't think there's a
Remnants
studio
on
more
UE,
tied
that's
to a
nice.
game engine than
Yeah.
Bethesda is tied to Creation Engine.
Bro, but if you have Microsoft with you, right? You have
Sure.
all those billions. It's worth
Yeah.
sitting down and saying, guys, we need an
Well,
engine
okay.
that,
Okay,
that
so-
does X, Y,
Tekken
Z,
8.
right?
Okay.
And we need, oh my God, Tekken 8's on an, okay, Ham, stop looking at that list. With,
But
with,
what do
with Microsoft funding,
yeah.
is there no way to take down the Creation Engine?
Okay, so
Create a
here's
new
scenario
engine.
Loke.
Hold on.
Scenario Loke.
Create a
You're
new
the
engine.
head of Bethesda, Loke. You're the head of Bethesda right now.
Yeah.
RoboCop.
Yeah.
I'm whoever. I'm Satya Nadella. I'm asking you. Okay, what can we do in this scenario that you're proposing, where
Yeah.
Microsoft
Metal
is going
Gear
to help?
Solid Snake Eater.
In this scenario, yeah, you can't talk about that.
Man,
Loke.
how about that? Like, I mean, Unreal Engine must stink, right? How about Marvel
Well, that one
Rivals?
does.
Marvel Rivals is on there
Oh.
too. My goodness,
That one
like,
definitely does.
don't let me look at this list closely.
Yeah, don't look too close. Matt, you were saying, I'm Todd Howard, you're Satya.
In
What's
this
the
scenario
question?
you're proposing, where Microsoft is gonna
Lego Horizon.
help build them
Oh,
this
get the
new
fuck outta here.
engine.
Get the fuck out of here.
What engine? What engine are you thinking? Like, what are you thinking? They make a new engine, or are they making, or are they just switching to an engine that exists, or what are you even thinking?
I'm thinking because Cozy more or less tried to break it down to me the last time we had a conversation about Bethesda, which obviously
Mhm.
gave me a new appreciation for the Bethesda games and how they're kind of open-ended and the whole RPG aspects of the games, the factions, how they work. My idea is if you have all that money, your goal for Elder Scrolls 6 needs to be, how can we take the mechanics of the RPG functions of the creation engines and stick them into Unreal, or make a new engine that is an amalgamation of the two? Because the
I'll tell
creation
you.
engine, it functions fine in terms of how to make an RPG game and all these
Exactly.
interconnected things, right?
Yes,
But
exactly.
it's rough, dude. It is rough.
But
You
that's
look at it.
that's the trade-off.
Ham, what are you doing? Well, if you have $1 billion company, it doesn't have to be a trade-off.
It kind of does. Okay, think about this, Luke. Let's say in this scenario, because it wouldn't be Unreal Engine. I'll put that out there for you right now. It's not going to be a switch to Unreal Engine. If they were to get a new engine, it would not be Unreal. So in this scenario, they're making a whole new engine. They're making an entirely new engine from the ground up.
Yes.
Which, okay, so let's say for Elder Scrolls 6, they want. I mean, it's too late now, but let's say in this world, they made a whole new engine for Elder Scrolls 6. And then on top of that, you got the cost of building Elder Scrolls 6. Is it worth it? Because from a business perspective, you already know Elder Scrolls 6 is going to sell. It's going to sell like fucking crazy. You already know this. It's a guaranteed fact. Is it worth it to...
Is it going to sell though? I mean, Starfield.
Yes. Are you fucking
it's going
high?
straight to Game Pass. It's going straight to Game Pass.
I thought you had it understood, and then you.
Dude, okay, look, Starfield went straight to Game Pass. It still was the #1 most selling thing on Steam for like a couple months.
That's true.
So like, it can go to Game Pass, and that was Starfield. That was a game nobody's ever fucking heard of. This is Elder Scrolls 6. It's gonna sell. It's gonna sell a lot. It's gonna break records.
Let's
but
assume
like
that. All right.
I'm fairly confident in assuming that. Is it worth it? Is it worth it scrapping all of Creation Engine in this scenario to build a whole new engine? Because think about how much all the costs we hear about for Halo Infinite, like it was $500 million. I bet you without building a new engine from the ground up, probably wouldn't have been $500 million. Probably wouldn't have. Let alone
I
building
think
a
it's
whole new
worth
engine
it.
that can replicate the things that the creation engine can do. Because God only knows how much that would cost. That would be dumb. So it's like, why would you do that when you could just, again, from a business perspective, like, why would you do that
I think it's worth
when
it. Let me tell you why.
it's not? It's
Let me
not.
tell you why. Let me tell you why.
Okay.
Baldur's Gate,
What?
Elden
Okay.
Ring,
Hold on. What about Baldur's
Cyberpunk.
Gate?
Let me
Elden Ring
finish.
runs like dog shit on PC.
Let me finish. God damn it.
What do we?
Let me finish.
Okay. Yeah.
The Elden Ring engine has not reached its peak because their how can I put it? Their loop still hasn't reached its peak. Because Elden Ring essentially just took Dark Souls 3 and made it open world. The Bethesda games have already reached their peak in terms of what they can open up the engine to. Like their engine has reached its peak, but also what it can open up to has already reached its peak in terms of, is it open world? Is it fantasy? Because
But how
Dark
has
Souls
the,
was pretty limited. It was kind of it was open world, but not really. Elden
Mhm.
Ring was like, all right, now it's true open world. Skyrim 6 or
Mhm.
Elder Scrolls 6, there's nothing else you can do.
How do
To,
you?
to
Why
justify,
would you say that?
let me finish. To justify taking the exact same graphics and engine that's in Starfield and then saying, but this time with swords and arrows.
Okay, so
You need more.
that's false though. There's
Okay.
like the engine hasn't reached its limit. The limits are whatever Bethesda says the limits are. If
I
they
guess
say, hey,
Bethesda has reached its limit then.
if they say it hasn't reached its limit, then it hasn't reached its limit. If they say that they're going to expand on the engine for Elder Scrolls 6, then it's going to be an expansion of the engine, which would then nullify the whole it's reached its limit thing. I agree with you in the sense
Dude,
that
anyone
the
that's
creation.
played those games, you look at it and it's like, bro, these guys haven't pushed the boundary since, I don't know, Skyrim. Fallout 4 didn't do much with the creation engine.
Bro, they built a whole fucking solar system. What the
With
fuck are you
Fallout
talking
4.
about?
With Fallout 4.
No, with Starfield, the game that came out last year.
Was it?
Galaxy.
It was
Galaxy.
It was a loading screen.
Yeah,
That's what it
Galaxy.
was.
Look,
It was a bunch of loading screens.
build me a game with a whole fucking galaxy in it that doesn't have a loading screen. Do it, please.
I think what Matt
Okay,
is trying to
so
say
if
is
you
that
can't build it, don't talk about it. If you can't dunk,
No, I'm not.
don't
You
talk
can
about
talk about
LeBron.
whatever you can talk
Let's
about
not talk
whatever you
about
want.
LeBron because I can't dunk a ball, right? Let's not talk about Messi because I can't score a goal in the Champions League final.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm
You
saying
literally just said
you
got real close to your mic, right? To get your point across. Build me a game. Build me a game.
Look, you just told me and everyone that they've reached their limit. You mentioned Skyrim.
They can say they haven't. They can
And
say
then
it,
and
but
then
if
they
you play the
expanded on it
game-
with Fallout 4, and then they fucking wildly expanded on it with Starfield. So they haven't reached their limit.
expansion you're talking about.
Okay, we'll just pretend that Starfield is the exact same size as Skyrim. All right, I'll live in this world with you.
All right, Ty, welcome in, Ty. How you doing? This
What's
was
up?
supposed to be about Halo. We made it all the way back.
Yeah,
to
let's get back
Starfield.
to Halo, please. Oh my
I
god,
was
Even
listening like
generation, I'm
30
telling you,
minutes
Ty.
ago, and it was Halo, and then
Right.
all of a sudden I'm still hearing the engine talk. So
yeah,
I'm
let's get
telling
back
you,
into
Ty,
Halo, please.
Starfield is the game of the generation. It's one of the games of the generation. I promise you. 5 years from now, we'll still be talking about Starfield. But go ahead,
10
Ty. What
years
are your
from now.
thoughts on this whole Halo Studios and the changes?
I think it's good. I think it's needed. After what happened with Halo Infinite, changes were needed, and it's good to see Microsoft has made those changes. The only sad thing is that this is happening. It's happening now, like in this gen, and which kind of makes me feel like this gen just seems like Microsoft's warm up. But anyways, to keep keeping with Halo,
I like the
I'm
way you
interested.
put that because I 100% agree. It is a warm up, damn near.
Yeah. Even look at their Japanese efforts. You know, I'm expecting I expect to see exclusive Japanese games, and now we're only starting to see them. Okay, the relationship is really building. We might get exclusive Japanese games next. I mean, what's the game with Kojima called?
OD.
Oh,
Right.
OD.
Like that's, you know, we got Hi-Fi Rush. It's on different platforms. OD is going to come soon. That's probably going to be on different platforms too as well. It just feels like everything that they're doing is just a step towards the next generation. But listen, I think it's good for Halo. I'm interested. I'm looking forward to a remake. I think that's going to be a really good play. And yeah, I'm not a huge crazy Halo fan like that, but Halo 1 was probably the first game I played where I was like, wow, this is something special. I think it was the first game that actually gave me that special feeling. So I'm looking forward to see what they do with the franchise going forward.
All right, Ty, I got a question for you before whatever happens after I get done talking. But what do you think about what Matt proposed earlier, which is they could be hopping back to restart Halo like from one? Like it's been 20 plus years since the first one came out, and sure they did like a little like, you know, remaster kind of thing for it, but it was nothing like, you know, what they're planning on doing with this. I got it, look, don't worry about it. I got this. Ty?
Yeah, I'm here. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm 100% in favor of that. I was doing a Halo video once, and I was looking at I really wanted to focus on the lore, and it just felt so all over the place. There was nothing really consistent. I felt it felt like just different writers were just jumping in, you know, saying their part, someone else says their part, to build up on it. So I think a reboot, like a hard reboot, would actually be really good. Use the foundation of the first game, second games, third games, fourth games, fifth games, all those games. You know, address the weaknesses, improve on the strengths. I think you have a really good kicking off point for the franchise. Plus, you have the younger generation who's going to start getting used to it. So, yeah, I'm in favor of that.
Yeah.
The Guinness said something interesting. Says, I don't want a restart. Continue Infinite. Give us the battle with the Atriox and the Banish. Show us some more of the Endless. The Guinness, I think it was Ham that said this, or maybe it was Matt. I don't know. One of you guys said they should do what Resident Evil is doing, which is do remakes of the originals. Yeah, that was Matt. Do one remake of the originals and then one sequel. Then another remake of the originals and then one sequel. That would be an awesome cadence. That way you keep the old heads and you can bring in some of the new blood. That's a nice mix moving forward. Oshus, how you doing,
like
my man?
fucking Star Wars, but in Halo.
Good.
Welcome,
how are you guys?
welcome, Oshus.
Thanks,
Great,
man.
great.
Feels like
Sorry, yeah. You've missed for 2 weeks now, but we forgot to ask Ty. Ty, what have you been playing this past week? And then Oshus, tell us what you've been playing.
Shadow Space. And tomorrow I'm gonna start Metaphor ReFantasio.
On what console?
Doesn't Metaphor come out on Friday?
Yeah, but the demo's available. So
perfect. Yeah, you're right.
Do you carry progress from the demo?
Yeah, you do.
Yes.
I've been playing Shadow Space on the PC. I tried to play on the Xbox. It's a disaster. It just God,
it's rough.
It's so bad.
It is a disaster.
Yeah,
it is.
But to be honest, like after playing a game like Starfield on the PC, you really can't go back on console. I just find it so difficult. It doesn't look as good. Yeah. Frames dropping. It just doesn't look good at all. Like I feel like there's some games specifically that you gotta do they gotta do PC. Metaphor console, yeah, I'm gonna play it there. But Starfield definitely has to be PC. If DLC is good, it's okay. It's not bad. I like the stories. I think the voice acting is a lot more improved. The animations are a lot better. I enjoy exploring the homeworld of House Varun. It's pretty good. I guess my only issue that I'll say is that it feels like I'm kind of finished already. Like I feel like I've
done pretty much everything, apart from some more side missions. So I can see why some people are a bit upset with the fact that like they paid $30 and this is all they got. I personally don't rate games when it comes to price. I just, what is the content? I'll just review that. So far for me, it's like a 7 out of 10. Depending on how it ends, it could be an 8. But yeah, it's okay. It's not as bad as everyone's making it out to be.
Speaking of demos that carry over save data, we can trust Sega to not waste your time, Ty. You're not going to find out later on that your save data from the demo or from your early access, it was not going to work. Sega is actually going to. Hey! I did not name names. Oshas, what have you been playing this past weeks?
So I tried Shattered Space, but yeah, for like 2 seconds. Like I don't know. The game just doesn't run awesome to me. So I agree completely with what Ty is saying. And that's Starfield in general. I'm not like, I picked it up after a while and then I took it out. I uninstalled it immediately. So what I'm currently playing is the new Predator game, Predator Hunting Grounds. Really enjoying that right now. Aside from Predator Hunting Grounds, I'm also playing another awesome free-to-play game from a Korean developer called Throne and Liberty. Surprisingly freaking, the graphics are very, very awesome considering it's a free-to-play game. It's the sort of art style you would expect from like a Dragon Age. Very, 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 very awesome looking game. A bit tough on the controls, but no. It's an MMO, so you pay for cosmetics, same stuff, etc. But it's free to play. Okay. It's this, so you download it, play it, and progression will be dependent upon what you choose to do, etc. But it's an awesome game. It's published by Amazon, and it's by NC Soft, the same guys that do Guild Wars 2. So it's a pretty legit MMO.
Okay. I'm not laughing at you. Just the Guinness comment here. All right. Fair enough. Oshas, give us your take on Halo moving to UE5 and also 343 rebranding to Halo Studios.
So I saw the footage that they released. When was it? Yesterday, last night, or this morning, depending upon where you are. It looks good. Like, look, it looks good. I'm not sure where did they present this at some show, because I heard there was like people cheering in the background. Like,
HCS.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, it was the Halo Championship.
Oh, okay. So I'm not sure why people are still cheering, but there were people cheering.
If you were there watching it, you would have been cheering too. Shit.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, you get taken in by the atmosphere and whatever. Look, for me, with all devs, it's a matter of like, look, I remember when you guys announced Halo Infinite.
Hold up, Oshas, you that motherfucker at the club that be leaning up against the wall watching everybody dance, right?
Damn.
No, that's not.
Damn.
I don't want to come across as that.
You might put your foot on the wall, look down at your watch,
But like,
it is all gangster in there.
No, but like, I mean, if you know, like, I mean, it's like if you know what to expect from your boys at some point.
Trying to act tough.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna
put on a brave face.
Yeah, well, I'm surprised that like Phil Spencer didn't announce this and they decided to do this, separately and not have it like as a major Microsoft or Xbox games announcement. But yeah, it looks good. Like everything in terms of the engine and the technology, and I like the statement that they want to make Halo a hallmark of of graphics again. Like it has to be the apex in terms of what you expect from visual fidelity in a video game. I like that ambition. I just don't know in terms of direction where they're gonna go with this. But yeah, like I liked everything I saw practically. In terms of like the studio being renamed, and it doesn't, like, what changed between 343i and Halo Studios?
All of the management.
Matt, you want to take care of that?
The entire upper management and most of the staff.
Okay, cool. That's good to hear. I didn't know that. I'm not aware in terms of how that works. So I'm hoping that the new people that have been put in there, they have a very clear vision of what they want to do, and that clear vision is aligned with the player base. I've never been a Halo first. I was a Gears. The reason I started, I got on Xbox was for Gears, not Halo. So I don't have strong feelings about like the brand overall. But I hope for the player base, the people that love Halo, they get what they've been expecting all along from this. I hope it's a win for them because, like, for Xbox, this has been a horrible year. So I really, really hope for fans that something comes out of this announcement. It's been a horrible year.
Hold on.
For fans. Like, you've only gotten one. Like, I mean, we can go over this again. Luke, you've only gotten one game on your platform this entire year, which is Hellblade 2 as an exclusive. Sony is on like a bunch of games. So Sony is on like their 5th exclusive this year. They're on like Silent Hill 2. Like that's it's another slaughter. It's another clean slate.
I'm exhausted.
Oh sweet,
I'm exhausted.
bro. Like, I'm just saying. Like, and of course, there's people that don't mind, like, that don't consider exclusives important anymore. But all I'm saying is that you've only got, if you're on Xbox, you've only gotten one game that's not available anywhere else.
I have work tomorrow.
I'm just saying.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, you say.
But I mean, like, is there anything else that Microsoft has brought out?
Oh shit!
I mean, I played a bunch of stuff on Xbox this year.
No, I'm talking about from them.
Well, I mean, Indiana Jones comes out later this year. You get Stalker 2 later this year, which is probably my most anticipated game of the year, honestly, at this point.
What the hell?
But yeah,
I'm just saying.
Continue.
No, I was just saying, like, competitively, like, as someone that is on Xbox as a platform, I don't own a PS5. Like, there's only one game they've released.
I do, and I don't play it. No, I'm kidding. I'm just. Let's continue.
Man,
I'm just saying. Like,
no, sure.
And there's people, and if this was just me that felt this way, it'd be cool. But a lot of people feel this way in terms of like what the platform has to offer and the future of the platform. But yeah, like, so it's good to see that, like, there's some good news for Xbox gamers this year in a rather morbid year.
Personally,
yeah, let's add personally to that.
Let's just throw that in the back of there. That's great. Diddy, wow. What a name right there.
Nice.
Diddy. Oh my god. That's a cool name.
It is.
All right. So Luke, do you have something that you wanted to talk about, or you want me to speak on what I was gonna speak on?
Hey, no, Ushers took it out of me, bro. Like, go ahead, I'm still recovering because the capping was hard right there. It was wow.
I wish I was lying.
The people. It's almost.
I wish I was lying.
But PlayStation had a terrible 2024 so far. Go ahead.
I thought PlayStation had a great year this year. Like, they didn't make. I mean, they didn't they didn't release anything from a first party standpoint in terms of like stuff.
No, they didn't. They
sure
didn't.
How many did they publish? Like 6-7 titles exclusive just to PlayStation. It was Stellar Blade. It was Final Fantasy.
Grand Blue Strategy. Silent Hill 2.
Grand Blue. Dude, like, we can go down the list. Wukong came out today first.
There's a lot of good. There's a lot of good PlayStation games this year.
Let me put like this.
I would probably say, from a gaming perspective, probably this year was better than last year, right? Like, what did they have last year? They had Spider-Man 2, was it?
I think that was the only major one from the.
That was only it.
But like,
I would take Wukong, Stellar Blade, Grand Blue Strategy, Final Fantasy, Stellar Blade, then Spider-Man 2 for sure.
Yeah. But like,
usually I close my camera when I want to yawn.
Like, I'll close by saying this, right?
Yeah.
If you look at the lineup and like, how many games were not released on Xbox this year that were on PlayStation? Because everybody always, how many games are on Xbox that are not available on PlayStation?
I don't know. Probably a bunch of small indie.
I don't know that number. I don't know that number, but I'm gonna tell you this much, Josh, is because I don't know where you're steering at this point. You're all over the road, right?
Okay.
So like I'm just gonna put it like this. I enjoyed Hellblade. That was first party.
Yeah.
I'm gonna enjoy the new flight simulator that comes out. That's first party. I'm gonna enjoy Stalker when it comes out. That was heavily funded by Xbox. I'm gonna enjoy Indiana Jones here soon. And guess what else I'm gonna enjoy? The game that's gonna sell even more, even though it's coming out on the Game Pass, Call of Duty. I'm gonna enjoy all of that. And I'm going to spend a hell of a lot less money than I would have to if I was somewhere else. So, like, I can complain about what Xbox or what PlayStation has and whatnot, but I'm looking at my wallet and I'm like, not a lot is changing there, but there's a lot changing in my library. And I'm happy with that. And as for Metaphor, ReFantazio, I highly recommend, if anybody has an Xbox, get it there, because you'll be able to play it on your PC and your console, because it's Xbox Play Anywhere, which made Loke rethink his whole damn decision on where he's thinking about getting this game. So, and then on top of that, Power Worlds earlier this year, like bro, like I see where you're coming from by like comparing and contrasting, but I feel like it's more or less about what the fanboys are saying, and instead of like, I don't know how I like I feel like you're trying to speak for me, and I don't feel that way at all. Like I don't feel the same way that you feel about this year for Xbox in the slightest bit.
I just don't think there's a lot of Xbox so-called hardcore fans left. I just think it's a lot of people that sort of like, have multiple consoles, multiple systems, game on different platforms, and then they happen to have an Xbox. Because there's just no reason. Again, I mean, like, we can go over this. Like, there's just no reason to primarily just have an Xbox except for Game Pass.
To be fair,
if your value is Game Pass, then 100%, I'm with you, Luke. You're saving a lot of money, and it's the same reason I have mine still. I didn't sell it because of that reason. I'll rather see, when I can get a cheap PS5 to add to that, so I can play all the games that will never come to Xbox.
To be fair, I think the Xbox doesn't have a whole lot of hardcore fans. I think that's true. I also think that consoles in general don't have any hardcore fans. PlayStation has more. You can definitely say that, but it's like, I think it's kind of like the hardcore fan of consoles is kind of just a dying breed at this point. Like, it's still there. It's still there. They're still getting what they get and all that stuff. Yeah. People still enjoy what they enjoy, but it's just kind of a thing that it's not growing. I'll say that, or it doesn't seem like it's growing. It seems a lot. I'll put it this way, and this is just from my perspective, being online the past 10 years. We'll call it that. It seems like it's gone down. The hype around this specific box versus that specific box. It feels like it's not, I don't know. I wouldn't say relevant, because it is. It doesn't seem as relevant as it's been, and I don't know.
Okay, I wanted to address this real quick. Before he moves on, because Ray Cheese spent $2, and I'm going to. He says Stalker 2 counts the hypocrisy. No, it's not hypocrisy. It's not hypocrisy if they're saying, "Oh, look at Black Myth. Oh, look at this game. Look at Grand Blue. Look at Grand Blue." It's not hypocrisy if you're saying that. Like I'm literally saying, hey, you have this ability to play this game in multiple different facets, especially if you already have that. If you have one or the other, you're good as well. You're just as good as well. It's not like it's not hypocritical to bring up something when other people are using that exact same point to make their statement. Like it's not hypocritical. I mean, if anybody thinks I'm wrong, please address it right now. But like, I don't feel like that's hypocritical.
Richie, you see, remember those lawyer movies or TV shows like Suits, where there's something everyone knows, but they shouldn't mention it, And then one of the lawyers opens the door to that discussion. And as soon as you open that door, now everyone can mention that thing that they weren't supposed to mention. That's the situation here. At first, the discussion was first party, and then it went into just games that aren't on this console.
No,
And
it was
even
exclusives. It was
No,
exclusives.
it wasn't. It wasn't
And
exclusive. It was
was
first
exclusives.
party. No, it
No?
was first party games. That's all everybody used to talk about
Okay.
at the beginning of this generation.
Oh, okay. I thought you
specifically.
meant.
Xbox
true.
has no games.
That's true.
Xbox isn't
Yeah.
making any
No,
games. They
you're
don't-
right. You're right. Yeah.
That was the conversation. And now that the goalpost has moved, it's something else, and everybody's mad about something that they weren't mad about at the beginning of this generation.
So I thought you guys were talking about this conversation, but if you're talking about the generation, you're spot on. Like Ham, like those are the same narratives. You know what the problem is? It's just that Microsoft is just not good at staying ahead of the curve in terms of narrative. They always,
In terms of narratives,
three-
I agree.
they're always 3 steps
I
behind.
agree.
Like, dude, if Microsoft had like Bethesda as a dev just making games for Microsoft, we wouldn't even be having this conversation right now. But again, it's because we don't know where we stand as fans. We don't know what they're doing. Like every
What
2
you mean
seconds,
we,
they're
bruv?
coming up.
You have turned your back. Don't be we. Don't
Okay.
say we.
So do you know
when
what's
talk about
happening?
Microsoft, bro? You a traitor.
Well, you're
I know
And
what's
let's keep
happening.
it-
Say
let's
what
keep
you
it a
are.
buck, Oshis. You don't
You're a
even have a
turncoat.
PlayStation yet. You
You
still
are
don't have
a
a PS5.
turncoat. Ushers.
I know
You
what's
still,
don't. I have
you
a
still don't have a PS5, but you keep
No, I
telling us
don't.
how much more stuff there is to play. Why don't you have one yet?
because I can get most of the stuff on PC anyway.
Come on, man.
Because he's broke, guys.
Then- no.
Yes,
Well,
and
like,
I'm broke.
You
Thank
can't
Thank
tell
you,
me,
Ty.
hey, this offers
I can't
way
afford a
more. I
PS
can
Pro.
play way more there, but then you use the thing that Xbox is
Okay.
trying to push everybody to anyways. Like,
Okay,
this
so
is
can
like, the argument is silly.
can I answer your question there, Ham? In terms
Sure.
of why I don't have a like it goes to the whole thing of like I invested heavily because I had a Series S and then I upgraded to a Series X. So I believed everything that Phil Spencer and Xbox sold me in the beginning of this generation. So what I did is I bought.
$500. You making it sound like a house.
Well, I mean, like that's hard-earned $500, Ham.
He's
I-
broke,
I-
guys.
Don't forget,
I already
don't forget,
mentioned
it's
that.
$500 for you. It's
Stop
$500
it,
for
Ty.
you.
Stop
I'm
it.
paying like $750. I'm paying like what we pay for it is about the same price that you guys are gonna pay for the PS Pro in South Africa.
Dude, I paid
Us-
1,000.
I mean, you ain't
What are you
fronting.
talking-
I get it.
I paid 1,000.
It's
It's
way too
750 to 1,000. What's the difference, bro?
It's
Get
a
to your
lot
point,
of money
Marcus.
for a
Look, like,
regular
I'm
nigga
here
like
too,
me.
bitch. Shut up.
Yeah,
But yeah,
like, pick
so
a side, bro. Pick a side.
so
God
I
damn
already
it.
bought in. I bought into the ecosystem
Buy the
and
fuck out,
don't
bro.
live it.
You sell the Series X, right? Sell the Series X, get a PS5 and move on, bro. Stop it.
No, why?
right?
Why?
She
Why?
cheated
Because
on
you
you.
tell me
She
no.
cheated
Like,
on you.
why?
Because it's
Cheated on
better.
you with your best friend. Dude, she
Yeah.
cheated on you with your best friend. Leave her. You cannot fix her. All right? God
It's
damn it.
fine.
This
But
is
I've already
sad.
got it. I'm not gonna sell a series. I'm not
The
gonna
man,
sell,
the man
I'm not
has
gonna
a
sell
Series
Game
S
Pass machine.
and an X, bro. He's always talking about his precious PS5, but he won't buy the damn thing. That's ridiculous, bro. That's ridiculous. You know what, Ushers? You know what you are, Ushers? You know what you are? You are the modern audience. You are the modern audience that Disney counts on. That's what you are.
Dude,
You are
if I
out
was the
here
modern, I would
smacking
show up
gums,
every time, bro.
You are
Like Disney
here
would have
smacking
money.
your gums. That's all you do. You just smack your
Bro.
gums. You smack your
Bro.
guns in favor
Okay.
of PlayStation, right? But when it's go
No.
time, do you know what you do? When it's go time, you press X, you press A on your Xbox controller to continue your Game Pass subscription. The fuck out, bro. Bounce.
This is
Bounce.
this is the first time I'm in a platform and I feel like Taye is the only person that's on my side.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no, I mean, I know what Ush is trying
I'm
to
on
say.
everyone's
Ush
side.
is speaking from a very console point of view. You know, Flight Simulator isn't going to sell consoles. Hellblade 2 isn't selling consoles.
Wait. But am I talking about their pocket? Because if I'm talking about Microsoft's pocket, this is a different
we can't
conversation.
keep moving the
We were
goalposts.
talking about what we thought was good to us, right? I don't care about what sells to everybody. Which conversation are we having? Are we talking about what's good for the brand? Are we talking about what's good for money? Or are we talking about what's good for me? Because what me and
whatever
Lo
it is
are
that you
talking,
guys
and I don't know, I think maybe Matt
whatever
are
you
talking
guys
about
pick,
what's good for me.
Oshus
Yeah.
entire, whatever you guys pick that alley and stay in it. Don't take the
No,
L.
why?
And
Why are
then
you giving
switch
us?
to another
Why are you
alley?
giving us ultimatums?
Wait,
Why are you
how
giving us
did I get in
ultimatums?
this?
No,
Like, why is he giving
I
us
never said
ultimatums?
shit.
Listen. We need to have a
No.
This is
precise
a fun time.
conversation.
No,
And what
okay, but
happens
like,
here is we start talking about one specific thing, and then as soon
okay,
as
fair
Oshus
enough.
or Ty realize that okay, this is not going well, they move
Fair
on to the
enough.
next alley. And it's like,
Okay,
bro,
fair
when
enough,
you're
fair enough.
discussing this, let's discuss this to the end.
Okay.
And the end is
Fair enough.
we
I
either
concede.
agree to disagree or
Yeah.
one of the sides takes the L and we move on. But this thing about midway through the defeat, pressing exit and then leaving the lobby, that's not happening here, guys. That's not happening here.
It's fine. It's fine. Like,
Right,
From
so
I concede.
you
I
know
concede. I concede. I think I'm holding up the conversation. I concede.
yeah, you can consider. I mean, I didn't even start nothing. Like, you just said my name for no reason.
All I'm saying is I'm very.
Now,
And this has been
back
all I said. All I said was this was a horrible year for Xbox fans. If you're not a hardcore Xbox console
Having
fan,
a great
that's fine.
year.
You're
I
just
think it's been a horrible
reiterating
year.
everything now. Are
If
we
you're
gonna
if you're
start this
if you're a
conversation
fan
again?
of Microsoft gaming and their strategy and their as a publisher, this has been an awesome year. They've got a lot of games that they're publishing for everyone. Awesome, great. But if you're a fan of Xbox, the brand, you know this has been one of the shittiest years
Love
in the
Xbox.
history of Xbox. And I'm just saying
love
that like
Xbox.
most
I'm having a
people
great
don't
year.
understand that Xbox will not
I have a
survive the box.
stressful job. Oshus, I have a stressful job. One of the reasons why I love this pod is because I come here to chill, bro.
Okay.
You're stressing me out.
I'm just
right
chilling.
now. You are stressing me out right now.
I'm just
'Cause
chilling.
I don't
It's been a
mind.
good time.
I don't mind having discussions, spirited discussions, but they need to be focused, bro, and they need to be consistent.
Oh my god.
Love it.
I'm always consistent. I'm always saying this exact same thing. You can even ask the chat.
Oshus, read the chat, bro. The chat is not on your side, bro. Oh my god.
The exports in the chat are not on my side. Which is fine.
See, this guy. If someone disagrees with him, then they're bots. All right. You know what, Oshus? You would be a perfect.
2013 here on the podcast.
This guy be an awesome actor for Disney. Awesome. If your movie bombed for Disney, it wouldn't be because it would be shit. It's because the bots, right? It's because the racists. It's because the bigots. It's because of all this other stuff. God damn it, bro. God damn it. Anyways, let's go back to Halo. Jeez.
Let's do it.
So one thing that I wanted to bring out, which is kind of messy, right? And I'm not the PlayStation guy anymore because I've made the jump to PC, or I'm trying to make the jump to PC. I recently actually had a conversation with my IT guy. He noticed that my watch, my digital watch, has the Elden Ring logo on it. I don't know if you guys can tell. This is the Elden Ring thingy on the time. It has Elden Ring on it. And he was like, "What? You play video games?" I was like, "Hell yeah." He's like, "What?" Anyways, we got to chatting. Then I told him about my gaming laptop and that I want to get like a crazy $5,000 PC and whatever. And he was like, "Bruv, send me the specs for this laptop of yours. I will happily like upgrade it with these little bits, whether it's a SSD or the processor or whatever, and it won't even be super expensive, and you'll play like modern games. No need for a crazy ass rig." So I'm looking forward to that. Well, the thing with Halo that I wanted to bring up, guys, is remakes. Matt brought up the possibility. He's certain that this is going to happen. Fellas, isn't it nice to see like a possibility for a remake for a game that actually deserves one? I'm not talking about a remake of a game that's 8 years old, 10 years old. A proper ancient game getting a remake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Finally.
Yeah.
For me, that was my
I'm
big
thrilled.
takeaway from this whole thing. I'm excited. Like, I played the first Halo game. It blew my mind at the time. And finally, we're getting a remake for something that has the age. I wish there was a rule in all of gaming that's like, dude, no remakes if it's not 20 years old. I wish there was a general rule that said that. It has to be 20 years old minimum. Then you can do a remake. Other than that, no remakes.
Yeah. Also excited we actually get a remake of CE. And people keep bringing up like, oh, well, they already remastered CE. That remaster is just my opinion. That remaster was terrible. It botched all of the art in Halo CE. Like literally all of it. So them doing a full blown remake, if it has, you know, the art that Halo CE had and they do it right, it's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so make implementations on the gameplay if you want. It looks like Chief has a sword. Granted, it's just renders, so you know that might not be in the thing, but if they add swords to Halo 1, that's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be great.
Anyone else have anything to add? Ty says this is hilarious. You were having fun with that, Ty. All right. Anyone else have
Oh, it was
anything to add on
hilarious.
all Halo?
It was great.
Oh my goodness. Anyone
So
else
like,
have anything to add on Halo? Go ahead, Em.
so like, I mean, I can't help but to think about like CE being remade as well. Just it just seems like the right time to do this. Like, I mean, after so long, and like I said, I mean, I can't help but to think about like the youth right now and like my own child and whatnot, and them growing up to see something. It's just like she knows Halo, but she don't know Halo like that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you know, kids, well, a lot of kids are the same way, right? Like they know of the matchmaking or the live service that is Halo and stuff like that is now, but they don't really have any attachment to that. So I think that'd be kind of cool to see that. Plus I would love to see how they'd redo levels. Like, I mean, obviously you're going to be moving differently, right? Who knows if you'll have like a grapple hook or something like that. Like the scale of some of these levels I'm interested in, but also like I can't wait to see like what the flood actually looks like.
Oh yeah.
And like
Yeah,
With some
dude.
nice
how
graphics.
creepy and awkward, and like I want to get that like live, like even though we all bitched about it when we were young, I want to get that library experience again. Where you're in the library and it just
Yeah.
like you're just like, dude, I don't know.
I'm tired
like,
of being here.
I remember playing the library on Legendary with 3 other people, and we were like angry and crying laughing at the same time. You know those old school feelings that you used to get when you used to like sit down co-op with all
That
the
was
homies
Gears
on
of
the
War
couch and
for me.
stuff like that, right?
That was
Like,
Gears of
so,
War on the legendary difficulty on Gears of War.
like just trying to find a little crevice to not get hit repeatedly in the library was tough. Like it was because not only did they have the motherfucking shooters, but they had those little brain looking things that run on the ground and will hop up and pop right at you and shit like that and kill you. So like I'd love them to like tap back into that, make it fun, make it a little creepy. But with all with all like the engine now compared to what it was back then, dude, it'll just be insane to see something like that in
Yeah.
all its glory with a very similar story. Maybe even add a couple little new things to make it more 2024 or 2020 whatever year it's coming out, you know. But yeah, man, I'm stoked about this.
Speak-
But one last thing I wanted to say is like I think it's cool that they rebranded the studio because it's just like you get to get the stink off of it. Essentially, I guess is the way I kind of
That's
look
the
at it.
exact word I wanted to use. Exact word, the stink.
Right, exactly. Everybody or a lot of the people that pay attention knew that like Bonnie Ross was like the main thing at 343. And no matter how long you keep saying 343, people are gonna inherently think about like Bonnie Ross, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so like they already got rid of a ton of the employees that work there, right? I mean, we've reported about it plenty of times on this channel about how they fired or cut a ton of people at 343 or got rid of a bunch of the story people and yada yada. Like we've covered all of that stuff and talked about it thoroughly. So now that they have done that and they're talking about, hey, hiring and stuff like that, like who knows if they get back any of the same people. I'm sure they have some of the old people, right? Just like 343 had some of the old Bungie people back then. But it's nice to give Pierre a clean slate and just have him have his own name to something that he can drive the way that he wants to drive it instead of having oh yeah, he just took over Bonnie Ross's job. And then no, it's like, no, this is his company now. And he's telling people what to do and how to do it and when to expect things. And this is his new engine, right? Fuck the slip space, the 343 bullshit, right? We're Halo team now. We're the Halo developers, the Halo Studios.
Yeah.
And we are Unreal Engine. And you can play the old shit if you want to, but we have moved on. Yeah. And I like the idea of acknowledging, hey, we had problems, and we're adjusting, and we're not adjusting a little bit. We're not hiring a few consultants to come through and talk about this shit. Like we're just doing everything completely different, and I like it. I really do, because I don't know how many times we've all said, is Halo still that guy? Is Master Chief still that guy? Is it just Call of Duty now? Like, are they just gonna, put Halo, make it dormant for a few years? They're like, hell no. We are actually creating an entire team dedicated with its own name in it. And we're gonna keep it relevant. Like, I like that. That shows signs of, giving a damn, getting up after you get knocked down, essentially, right? And that's why I just laugh at people when people are continually saying Xbox is dead, Xbox isn't doing this, Xbox isn't doing, and I'm just like, dude, have you not been looking at the fucking news? Like they literally just got this studio right here. They bought several other studios. They already talked about getting a new console. Like, I don't know what to tell these people anymore. Not that long ago, Concord was gonna fucking beat Halo,
bro.
And now Concord's gone, and Halo got a whole new management team. You know what I'm saying? It's just like people just are so reactionate instead of actually just sitting down and just. I mean, no one's telling you to wait. If you're sick of waiting and you're ready to move on, as Luke said earlier, the door is there. You can always hit the door. But if you like what you see, I mean, it's up to you.
Let me get the super chat and then Osha's. Let me get the super chat and then Matt, if you wanna chime in, go ahead. John TJ, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says PlayStation has had a shit year so far, remasters only from first party. Yeah, but like they said,
Astrobot too. I mean,
Astrobot's cool. Astrobot's cool.
Astrobot's alright.
Astrobot's cool. It's not my kind of game, but I can appreciate it for what it is. Like, it's fun. It's definitely fun.
It's just such a weird way to analyze, like, a platform holder. Like, if you think about it, like during the PlayStation 1 era, PlayStation didn't have any studios. Like, but it had Metal Gear
Yeah.
Solid, it had Tekken, it
It
had
was
all
all
these
just
games.
deals.
So did we
Just
all say that
deals.
was a shit year for PlayStation during the PlayStation 1 era?
Hell no.
Yeah, we
No,
wouldn't.
but Tae, you're absolutely right. But the thing is the way the goalposts have been moving through the years. I mean, Loke, correct me if I'm wrong. The way the goalposts has been moving through the years, that that I remember at the beginning of this generation, all anybody cared about
Was first party.
was first party. That's all that
Doesn't
anybody
count.
cared about. It didn't matter.
It's a deal,
I
it doesn't
remember
count.
all these games coming into Game Pass and stuff like that. Doesn't matter. They're all fodder. And all of like none of that stuff mattered. It was third party, even some third party exclusive deals. None of that shit mattered, especially 2022. The 2022 is the year of Xbox. Just third party, the fuck High on Life was a big deal on it. Like, it had a ton of good games, but none of them were first party. So guess what everybody said? Xbox had a shit year. That's what they said. Am I wrong?
Yeah. You're not wrong.
But you see, the problem there is those people are incorrect. Those people are incorrect. Like, whenever they said that, they were completely, utterly incorrect. The real pull here is, if you have something that's on your platform that nobody else can get, doesn't matter if it's 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, that is a huge win. Final Fantasy 16 is a huge win. Final Fantasy Remake, Rebirth, these are huge wins. Stellar Blade is a huge win. Wukong is a huge win. The Silent Hill Remake is a huge win. Not The Last of Us, Rise of Ronin, like, these are all huge wins. Power World is a huge win for Xbox. Like, who cares about what these random fanboys are saying, right? They're completely incorrect. Right now, if I want to play, I really want to play Final Fantasy Remake. I'm sorry, Rebirth.
It's not just the fanboys, it's IGN as well. It's your IGNs that are saying this. It's your game rant. It's not.
Loke. I mean, Loke, come on.
It's not crazy that I'm saying. Yo,
I was about to say.
Go back and look at some of the headlines for 2022's wrap up for Xbox. Go back and look at the headlines.
The narrative is ponies, and of course the pony media, which is IGN, GameSpot, and the rest of those guys.
Leave IGN out of this.
Wait, I don't understand. Why do you like IGN? Why do you like IGN so much?
IGN shouldn't be in it. I'll tell you that much. They shouldn't, but they are.
Listen. God,
my goodness.
Xbox text.
Let me tell you why, Ty. Shut up. Watch this. Fucking troll.
Because they're trash, just like Metal Gear Solid, and I love trash.
Ty, information needs to be disseminated from the corporation to the masses. No one does it better than IGN. It's that simple. They are the Real Madrid of video game, like sources, information, and access. No one's got it more than IGN. Bro.
He's got a mouthful right
You
now.
don't have to like them. You don't have to like them. Buzzer.
Yeah, right.
You don't have to like them. You don't have to like them. But they're the best of a service that we all need. You go to all these articles, all these podcasts, dude, from the biggest to the smallest. Everyone has to reference something for the information. And 9 times out of 10 times, it either came from IGN or it came from a subsidiary of IGN. So that's why they're the best. Yeah, because remember, do you remember, Matt, that they bought up a whole bunch of these websites? Remember?
Oh man, yeah, I remember that.
Well,
you did it.
All right. What I was gonna say? Can I say about Halo, because that's the thing I'm excited about and everything, and we were talking about that until we weren't talking about it. But I wanted to say I'll go on a record and make a prediction that probably will end up being wrong, but I'm hopium and everything. I think that will launch the remake I'm talking about, because I think it's obvious they're doing a remake. I think the remake launches in 2026. I think it launches 11/11/2026, 25th anniversary of Halo.
So that's awfully close. They just
Yeah,
changed
but
the
I bet.
engine.
No, I don't think they just changed the engine. They've been because they've
You
been
think they
that
just
Yeah,
announced
they
it?
said they've been working on it for a while.
that whole Project Foundry thing has been in. They've been experimenting with that for about 2 years. You figure on the side of that, they probably also they have multiple projects in the works right now. Those have probably been in development for a couple years at this point. I think a CE remake. I don't think it's crazy to suggest a CE remake could be ready for the 25th anniversary of Halo.
I actually agree with you. Just because a remake shouldn't be that hard. I don't want to sound like dismissive, but remakes, you
yeah.
already have the foundation there. You already have the story. You already have the voice
Right.
acting.
Yeah.
There's so much that you already have. You already have the gameplay. You just need to pull it and just turn it into 4K, and then just add additional assets and etc. etc. Like I don't think it shouldn't be that deep.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Just have to polish it up. Oshas, your final say on the Halo thing.
I don't like. I'm happy for Halo fans, man. Like, I hope finally, like, the franchise, because I think it's been since 2015, 2014 that people have not been happy totally with Halo. So I hope people get what they want out of the franchise finally, which is what I said before. I'm looking forward to it as a casual Halo enjoyer. I'll probably get it when it comes out on PS5 Pro. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to jumping on that.
You need to.
I think
first
everyone's
have
of the
a PS5
opinion that
Pro.
this will come out on the PS5 like simultaneously day one. I think that's
Well,
what everyone thinks, right?
I actually don't think it
Xbox
will.
doesn't care about exclusive, so it might. Like, we don't know. Like, that's what I mean. Like, it's not their thing anymore.
Oh.
They don't care.
It's a remake, so
Like-
I don't know why you would not put it as a like. I don't know why you wouldn't put it everywhere. Like it's a
Yeah,
rehash of
especially on the
story.
biggest
I
sort of
think-
platform on consoles, of course. Like, you want
I
it.
think that's something
You
that
guys are
kind of
trying to piss me
allures.
off.
I think that's something that you would keep exclusive. I think if you want to put Halo on PlayStation, I think the thing to
no.
do. I think the thing to do would be to put MCC and Infinite on PlayStation. Would be the
I
thing to
can't
do.
believe I'm
if you're
agreeing
gonna,
with Oshas.
if you're going to do that.
But the
I
thing
think
is,
they
if
just do
you
it
want
I
to kick
can
off
believe
the
white side,
if you want to kick off the Halo universe again and get everyone into it, include the
Yeah.
younger crowd, it's going to be PC, probably even Nintendo Switch, probably PlayStation as well. It's a remake, so it just makes more sense. If you're doing a mainline like Halo Infinite 2, I could see why PlayStation fans don't know nothing about Halo Infinite, so that's a problem, right? We see Square Enix is having that same issue with Final Fantasy Rebirth. And people who didn't play the previous on the remake one, they're not jumping onto the Rebirth, right? So in this case, if you're going to do Halo remake, just put it everywhere, and then that way you can then build up from that.
And it's on
Even,
Unreal Engine 5. So
yeah, and
it runs on everything. It's not a proprietary engine. It's just so much more accessible for everyone. Everyone gets to see the story from the beginning. Look, for their current strategy as a third-party publisher, this is the way to go. They should probably put this on PlayStation 5. Probably
even
launch
Don't try and
even
be slick. Don't
even
try and be
Gears of
slick.
War,
You'll
Stay
see.
cautious. And
even
flip that
Gears of
to
War
a
remake as
third-party
well probably is
publisher.
gonna even Gears of remake is probably gonna do something similar. Maybe not day one, but I think like
Are you
with
talking about
remake it
E-Day?
kind of makes sense.
Are you talking
Yeah,
about
D-Day,
E-Day?
yeah. Sorry,
Bro.
D-Day, E-Day or D-Day,
E-Day.
E-Day.
E-Day. Because
Very
if everyone starts from the beginning, then the franchise builds upwards, right?
Exactly.
On
So
everywhere,
everybody's
you're making
included,
way more money than ever before. But the idea
When we
that like
all-
you release Gears of War 6 on a PS5, like that's 5 games that no one's played before. It's not gonna sell well.
Yeah, so you release that one that you're remaking, and then you release like the collection later, like the MC collection,
You build from there.
and this rumored what is it, Marcus Phoenix collection. You release those on PlayStation.
Listen, maybe I'm crazy, but
When we all play, we all win. Remember that.
that sounds like the dumbest shit. That sounds like the dumbest shit that could ever happen. Like, dude, if Xbox, like Indiana Jones was one thing. If Xbox sits there and says Halo's going to PlayStation, god damn, bro. That's just
Listen, I think Halo is going to
I don't see it
PlayStation. I just don't think it's going to be
What?
the new Halo games. I don't think it's
You
going
think
to be in the
Halo's
remake.
PlayStation?
Yes, I think I've said this on the channel before. I think Halo's one, but I don't think it's going to be the remake, and I don't think it's. I mean, even Tae and Asha said, I don't think it's going to be Halo Infinite. Whatever the sequel to that is, I don't think it's going to be either of those. I think it will be MCC, and then you put Infinite on PlayStation. You see how PlayStation responds to that, and if they respond positively, then that's when you push forward with whatever else you might want to bring to PlayStation. But I don't think they're going to jump right into the deep end with like the remake and a sequel to Infinite on PlayStation. I don't think that's
Listen,
going to
maybe
happen.
I'm old man shouting at clouds. I think it would be a dumb thing for Xbox to do. Xbox should
Listen, I don't
never
love
put
it.
Halo,
I don't love
Gears of
it,
War,
but
Forza, like these tentpole games, Fable, never put that anywhere else but Xbox, in my personal opinion. Maybe put it on PC, sure, but don't put it on Switch.
well, yeah, it's going to
Don't
PC.
put it
Yeah,
on PlayStation. In
I
my
don't love
opinion.
it. Look,
I
I'm
think
being
if
real
you,
with you.
I think from
But
like a strategy point of view, if you want to look at like what's going to sell the most consoles, bring the most Game Pass subscribers, whatever that product is, if you're going to shoot that product in the foot, then Halo's going to go over. And for me, that product is Elder Scrolls. Elder Scrolls 6 is probably going to be everywhere. And if you're willing to put that everywhere, even though that's going to be like your biggest franchise that you have right now, that's going to do numbers, then it means everything else is gonna go. Because you got to look at it this way. They don't look at Halo as like, they look at it from a numbers perspective. Halo can do these numbers, Starfield can do these numbers, Gears of War can do these numbers, and Elder Scrolls can do this number. And if you're putting that somewhere else, then everything else below is gonna go. It's just it's like Satya isn't thinking like, oh, Halo,
I'm not
great
crazy.
game. He's
Tell
just
him I'm
thinking like,
crazy.
what's gonna bring the money?
This is brand suicide. Ham, please tell me I'm not crazy.
What's that?
Halo can go to the PlayStation.
Halo, Forza, Elder Scrolls, and these games, putting these games on PlayStation or Switch, I think that's brand suicide.
It could
Halo
be.
would sell so much on PlayStation.
It could be, but like, no, I agree, Loke, that it totally could be brand suicide. But at the same time, how about like, how's Windows doing today?
yeah, that's the thing. It's like I'm with you, Loke. I'm entirely with you. I don't love the idea of any of that, but it's like, I at the end of the day, me being a consumer, like I'm on my Xbox right now, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter that I don't like that. If you give me Elder Scrolls 6 and I can play Elder Scrolls 6 where I want to play Elder Scrolls 6, I'm fucking happy. I don't put it wherever the fuck you want. I really don't care. And it's the same for Halo. If I can play Halo wherever the fuck I want to play Halo, I'm going to play it where I want to play it. I'm happy. I can't control what you guys want to do behind the scenes and stuff. It's where I want to play.
I mean, see, there could be a huge uproar about it, right, Loke? But your favorite thing to talk about is the money. And if there's a huge uproar, but the money says otherwise, which one do you think the company is going to do? Either we like it or not.
Yes.
But okay, so I'll use the example of my brother with Sifu. My brother is a big Xbox guy. He was this close to going to get a PlayStation because of Sifu. So what I'm trying to say is games matter. The exclusives games that you have on your system,
we're not
they matter.
disagreeing with you, Loke.
We agree with you.
People make long-term decisions based off of what's available where and what's available everywhere. And in my opinion, taking core games like Gears of War, Halo, Forza, Fable, Starfield, Elder Scrolls, Fallout, and making them available everywhere, dude, most people can't afford more than one console. And if you make it clear that all of our games are going everywhere, all you're saying is there's no reason to buy an Xbox. There's no need to get a Fire Stick. There's no need to get a PC. Just buy yourself a PS5. And that's why I'm saying I think it's brand suicide, because you will make the money now of people buying Halo on PS5. But unless the strategy is we're soft leaving the console space, this is a big mistake. If that's the move.
Well, the thing is, in this scenario, I think brand suicide would be like if all of this happens, of course, like if everything
Yes.
goes to
Yes.
PlayStation, I
Yeah.
think brand suicide would be console suicide, not brand suicide. It wouldn't
Okay.
be it like
No.
the Xbox brand would probably be stronger than ever. The console would be would be its own, would be whatever the fuck happens to that. And
As
this
dead as
scenario
Britney
where,
Spears' singing career.
oh god, you see some of her Instagram, she's whatever. But like
That career is dead. You know what I
so
mean?
like
Anyway.
exactly, like in this scenario where everything does go, and we got to get to that point, we got to see if that actually happens. But that's what would happen in that scenario. But the fact is, we know that next gen's happening. So I mean, that's really all we can only work with what we have right now. Like, we know that's happening, and for right now, however long that lasts, maybe not long, maybe forever, not everything is on PlayStation. So we can only operate with what we have right now. But I don't think, regardless, I don't think there's a brand suicide here. I don't think that's a thing.
I misspoke. It's career.
Oh no!
Sorry, it's console suicide.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's up?
What's up?
Yeah,
man?
I think console suicide makes sense. Would you guys say Sega is probably not? But would you guys say Sega is more recognizable now than it was back in the days?
No,
not as
it's
a
recognizable
brand.
as one of the best publishers.
Yeah, like
But
as a publisher,
as a
but that's
brand,
yeah, but what I mean is, like, if you look at Sega's games, like, you know, the Yakuza games, Persona games, obviously if Sega was you know, in the console space, these games will all be exclusive, right?
Yeah, but like look at all those games and look at the genres. Like the like none of those games sit in the most popular genres when the Dreamcast or the Sega Saturn was out.
Yeah.
None of them are like all of their key franchises were either shooters, and what I mean by shooters is like your light gun
Fighting
shooters,
games.
platformers, fighting games. Anything that was from the arcade to the console was mostly Sega's first party offering or the exclusive offering. Like, again, this is what I've been saying all along, is that like Microsoft, and this is what Phil says every time, like from the beginning of this year anyway, that we're moving away from exclusivity is silly. We want our games available everywhere. Why do you care if someone else, like, and this is, they making the console, if the console maker is telling you that we don't care about the hardware anymore. When we release hardware, we want to make it something that's going to include Steam and everything else. They're sort of telling you that, you know what? We're done with that. That doesn't work for us. We just want to sell software. And that's what I've been saying all along, is that that's what they want to do. That's fine. And for them, if they want to do that, then you got to put Halo on fucking PlayStation, because that's where you're going to get all the money. Dude, like Halo will become overnight the number one selling PlayStation game. And it will just show you just the hypocrisy of the whole thing. But like, I promise you, Halo will be, for that year when it's released, no other game will sell as much as Halo on that platform.
And you know what, you're right, because, you know, Xbox will suffer, the console will suffer, the brand Xbox will suffer, but
100%.
the actual games, like the Bethesdas, the you know, the In Exile, all those developers, they're gonna get huge. You know, like Sea of Thieves had a huge uptick in Reddit users as soon as it released on PlayStation. A game like even Starfield. Listen, I like Starfield. You know, it's an exclusive to Xbox on the PC, but you know, it's had a good bit of backlash. As soon as that game drops on PlayStation, they will buy it.
Yes,
that's the way they will feel again, and that revenue that comes in from those special users is going to motivate Bethesda to invest more in Starfield. I want that 100%. To happen 100%. If Halo Infinite had launched on PlayStation, you know, 5 or whatever, you might have been getting Halo Infinite 2 very soon, because it would have probably made a lot more money to justify that release. So,
not to mention, like, where do you want, like, if you are Phil Spencer, like, and again, they've been saying this, that there's only 150 to about 200 million console players. If they don't have those console players, to Phil Spencer, it's the same thing. It's the same players They're just buying a different box. If we have our games on that box, we still sell our games. So why do we want to make hardware? Why do we want to go all the if Sony's going to make the hardware for us and we can still sell the software, it's a win-win for us. For Phil Spencer and for Microsoft Games, this is a win. Like, but the sacrifice is going to be, if you like the console that's the Xbox, forget about it. You've got another generation left, and after that, they're gonna change that thing into like a semi PC, and eventually just do what they always do with most hardware, and slowly fades into obscurity, just like they did with Nokia, just like they did with the Zune and all those other things. Like they're not.
I'll say this though. You guys think? I think a Switch 2 port for a Halo remake makes a lot of sense. I would be surprised if they just dropped it on PlayStation 5.
The Switch 2 is still going to be a calculator compared to the next console.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I think it makes sense, but I don't know how well that would work. Like a UE5 game, even on the Switch 2, like it's supposed to be more powerful and everything.
Well, if you think about it, the Switch 2 is supposed to be around the same power as a PS4 Pro, and we're basically talking about a Halo game that came out in the Xbox, right? So you just have to make a port for it. And I would actually argue and say a Halo game remake on the Switch 2 will be the only game like it. I think that's gonna help it push the numbers. Like, because if you release a platform on the Switch, you're competing with Mario, all these other guys. There's no other game like Halo that's gonna be on the Switch. There's no other game that's gonna be like Doom that's gonna be on the Switch. There's no other game like Call of Duty that's gonna be on the Switch. So I think it makes a lot of sense to actually port the game like that.
I think Doom will be on the Switch.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, if you can make Doom on the Switch, you can do Halo on the Switch for sure.
Oshas, I asked you one simple thing about Halo, and you made it into a whole thing about Xbox porting their games. 23 years later, they're still here. Speculation is not facts. None of us really know what the future holds for these companies. True.
Exactly.
Mike Johnson changing the name was the first step. Yes, it was.
Huge
funny
step.
How when Xbox has good news, it always has turned into going to PlayStation. Would be not what a great thing it is that Halo Studios are making a great pivot. Oshas, I think that was for you. Doom already on Switch, yo. All right. I'm good on the whole Halo thing. We had another 2 topics, but god damn, Halo is a big topic. Jeez. Anyone else have anything to say on Halo?
11/11/26.
All right.
Yeah, I think it's going to be possibly a launch year for the next generation.
Yep. I think it launches with whatever that handheld that they're working on. I think it launches alongside that.
Because my whole thing is I feel like this is a little bit of talking out of my ass, but I feel like they at Xbox feel like a little slighted that they whiffed with Halo at the beginning of this generation, and that they'd want to hit it at the beginning of the next generation just to kind of be like, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Ho. H to the O. You know what I'm saying? Like something like that.
Yeah. Let's see if they can pull it off. Let us see.
That'd be dope.
Moving on. Our next topic is kind of divisive, but it's everything plus gaming. This is the usual stuff. Oshas is going to like this topic. Ty might want to block his camera because he's going to be embarrassed. He doesn't want anyone to see that he's on here. People talking, sharing their actual opinions on divisive topics. Autism Capital shared this. It's a must-watch, they say. Japanese game developers are frustrated at forced, ridiculous, UN-driven globalist agenda compliance. They have to include in their game.
Where am I?
Yeah. Yeah, this is, and it's still video games, Matt. It's
Is this
still
Fox News?
video games.
Oh,
This is
shit.
video games, bro. Actually, you know what? Let's watch the video first, and then we can get into some excerpts.
There's a
So this
video.
is the creator. Yeah, dude, this actually happened. This is the creator of Dragon Quest, I think.
Okay.
すごい話題になってたそのコスチュームとか当時とそのままなのか。
So essentially, this was the original costume, and then they brought it down a bit for the West.
どうなのかみたいなのがありましたよね。
Yeah, you can see there's pants.
Yeah, pants, and then this is not like, this is just a bra, and then this is like, there's like a T under the bra. Can you see it, Matt?
I mean,
まあね、
yeah, I
いろいろ
can't.
規制もあって、
Check the comments, the translations.
露出してきちゃいけないとかね。
まあそこを、ちょっとあんまり深掘りする気はないんですけど、いいのにだってフィクションだけどその中に主人公というあなたが入って冒険するっていうことでいいじゃないと思うんですけど、違うんですかね。
なんですかね。よくわかんないですけどね、これについてはね。
ゲームだし、
ね
フィクションという自分の中のバーチャル体験でのノンフィクションだから楽しくければいいのにっていうふうに思っちゃいますけどね。
あんまり露出するとね、年齢が上がっちゃうっていうね。全年齢じゃなくなってしまうっていうのがあったりとか。
ルールがやっぱなんか各国違ったりするんでね、広く売ろうと思うと一番厳しいところに合わせざるを得ないとか。
でも
当時そんなこと思わなかったですけどね。
コンプラっていう名のね、やっぱりね、ある種のね、なんだろうな、絶対心というべき、善の名を借りた悪みたいなのがある。全員が不快感を覚えないなんてことはないわけ。だって不快なことを覚える動向でもいいわけよ。だって綺麗汚いとかさ、善悪って人それぞれに感じ方があるわけじゃん。で物事はやっぱり根っこにあるのはやっぱり絶対やっちゃいけないことだけいくつかあって、それさえやらなきゃあとはいいじゃないって、そういうのがないわけよ。だからやっぱり英米の方から来てるその宗教的な概念から来るその正教徒の考え方ってアメリカにあるじゃない。彼らのコンプラの考え方って本当ね狭い。でだから向こうでコミックスだけに全部その年齢で区切ってやらなきゃいけない。少年ジャンプの漫画だったら13アップ、13歳以上じゃないと出せない。私は全部リテイクでなきゃいけない。でそれを訴訟が起きるそのために保険も入らなきゃいけない。もうこんなねバカな国とねやるの本当めんどくさい。でそっから日本も悪影響を受けてやってるから。
主人公もね、男女選べるんだけど、男を女選ぶっていけないのね。タイプ1、タイプ2なのね。これ誰が一体文句言うんだろうと思うんだけど、そうわからない。
なんか
I mean, I'm not even in the front. They were cooking. They were cooking. I can't even say. I mean, you got to think like because a lot of people like to hide behind the America is so big. I'm like, motherfucker, China has way more motherfuckers than we do. And I'm in Japan's got a ton of motherfuckers too, and each country has totally different laws. I get it, right? Totally get that. But like I feel like they're more or less kind of talking about the maturity as a person on a freedom aspect is very narrow. Like it's almost like they're saying that, you know, America is very controlling on what they call, you know, a proper person and an improper person, right? Compared to like other countries where it's just like, are you into that shit or you ain't? You there or you aren't?
Whatever.
Like, and if you are here, here's whatever. The art is as tasteful as the eye of the beholder in Japan, it seems like, compared to here where it's like the art is as good as your age permits you. So I totally get that.
I love these quotes. It's like an absolute god, an evil disguised as good. Yeah.
That was tough when I read that. I was like, my goodness, this man sounds like a conspiracy theorist, but these aren't conspiracies.
These are people that just make video games and they just make deductions from their interactions. Like at some point, we need to stop saying Taya is a grifter, Oshus is a grifter. These guys make the games. Are they grifters as well, Ham? Are they grifters?
No, I mean, like, it's just,
Because
I mean,
they're
you
saying
see
what
that as a
grifters have
business
been saying.
standpoint, it's just like, man, to hear like that you have to go through X more regulations in a country that says they're free, it sounds wild.
And for what? Like, what's the
It sounds
regulation for? That's the question. Because regulations, everyone has regulations. But then when you
everybody
ask,
does,
okay,
right?
when you
What
ask them,
is
okay,
the
what's the
regulation?
regulations?
No,
Oh,
the
don't say
you're the
male.
regulations.
They're
Like
like, don't say
you as the
male.
default.
What?
You're the one being regulated, Luke. Like you as the default fans of whatever it is that you're consuming, you're the one they're trying to subvert because they don't believe that you hold the right values. So they need to teach you or show you that no, this is what's appropriate, this is what's suitable for the medium that you are consuming, which to me never made any sense. Like, and the first people to say, well, why are you so worried about characters being attractive? I'm like, why are you so worried about them not being attractive? Like, why is this such a big deal to you that you're gonna go out of your way to make sure that characters are not attractive? And if I complain, I'm an incel. I'm some sort of a neckbeard because I prefer
You're a
attractive characters
grifter.
in my games.
Big
Like,
Mac
I mean,
Mo
that
said
is
you're
so
a grifter
silly.
in the chat. Grifter says you are a grifter, though.
You're right, Grifter, though.
Well, like all of these guys can call me grifters because
You're a grifter, man. Listen, first of all, I think this was taken down because there was some mistranslations. I think the first one that was actually fact checked was that image is talking about appeared in Dragon Quest M1 Remake, which came out in 2012, only in Japan. So how could the West have censored that if it's an only Japanese release?
How could the West have censored it if it's only a Japanese release? Okay, so first off, no one took this down. There's no community note.
No. What I mean is, there was
since the 30th. It's been more than 10 days, bro.
No. What I mean is, like,
not 10
the
days,
articles.
it's been 7
The
days.
articles. Some people were writing articles, but then they took it down because there were some mistranslations there.
Let's leave the articles to the side. If there's one thing that happens within seconds of you posting anything remotely viral, this thing went viral, 36,000. This thing went viral, 18 million views.
Yeah, but who's this guy who's posting it, though? This is not like an IGN. This is not like someone that you can reach out to and say, take this down.
That's not the point.
Just a random dude.
People will
That's
quickly
community
note anybody
that's
that's
not
wrong.
how community notes work. That's not how community notes work. As soon as something starts to gain traction, people start to check its veracity, regardless of whether it was IGN or whether it was Loke that posted it. You get community noted regardless of who you are. So first off, no one took this down because this is still up.
I'm not talking about this, but go on.
We wouldn't be able to see this. I'm talking about this specifically. I don't know if there's other videos.
Okay. I mean, well, then this is not obviously taken down.
I'm talking about this one. It was not taken down. It has not been community noted. Ty, give us your thoughts.
And what he said, I mean, what I'll say is, like, if you were to make a game and you put your game in Japan, Baldur's Gate got heavily censored in Japan, no nudity, and the sex scenes were taken out. Like, different countries have different rules. So, like, yeah, I mean, he's saying, like, so in Japan, they like to show characters, with revealing clothes, and they don't mind showing younger characters with revealing clothes. In the West, we don't really like that over here, so we censor that kind of shit, right? Whereas over here as well, we like to have, you can show boobs, you can show Baldur's Gate dick, you can increase your dick size. In Japan, they don't like that stuff. They censor that things. So you have two different cultures that have two different views on things, and you might think, hey, it's okay to have half naked people, young people dressed half naked. That's perfectly fine. And over there in Japan, they say you can't show your dick, you can't show boobs, you can't show none of these things. I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I just think different cultures have different rules. You know, I'm sure in
As long
Saudi
as
Arabia they'll probably censor that as well, right?
in the West, the only exception is
No,
that as long
you
as
know
the
what they
characters
do
are
in
not
Saudi Arabia.
attractive. If the characters are ugly, you can do whatever the freaking hell you want with them. If they're not conventionally attractive, do whatever. They can have sex scenes, but the moment they're hot, that's not acceptable. Like,
No, but like you can say that from
whoa,
a social
whoa.
point of view, but from an actual censorship point of view, they don't. You can do whatever you want in the West. In the
Yes,
East, in
of course.
Japan, the government steps in and says,
you absolutely.
"Cover up." I rather live in a country where, as a creator, you can do whatever you want than be in a country where they say, "No, you can't do this, you can't do that."
Well, from my point of view,
Look.
it seems like both sides are the same. That's what it seems like to me.
No, they're not the same. Like there's like
They're the same.
Ty is right. Ty is right. Ty is right.
said
They
that
regulate
they-
a lot of nudity.
in Japan, and then the censorship in the States. What's
No, in the
changed?
West. No, in the West, it's not really censorship. It's more about the ideology of the so-called. It's not the government. The government doesn't censor. In the West, you can do whatever the freaking hell you want.
Oh,
Generally. But the problem is that the organizations that you work for are the ones that dictate to. And my problem is that they make these decisions as the developers, as the guys that make the games, to say, well, we're not going to have this woman represented in our games. That's not the government censoring. That is the company saying that's the direction we're taking. And then they wonder when their stock drops like 300%.
So you're
to
okay
nothing.
when the company
Get
does
out
the
of here,
censoring,
stocks drop.
not when the government, not when
hey,
the government.
look! I
Is that
don't
what
want
you're
to.
saying?
I don't want to kick you guys off topic. I want you guys to stay on topic. I just want to give everybody a quick laugh, real quick.
Go ahead.
All right.
Just look
And
at
then
that.
we'll get to your Danny super chat. What's this?
Can you increase the
Let's
size?
fight somewhere empty.
Can't see it.
Oh yeah, Joker did not do well. That movie did not do well.
Let's find somewhere empty to fight.
Yeah.
They go to the theaters for Joker.
They used to post
I thought
that.
that was great.
They used to post that for Concord. It was sad. It was sad. Yo, Danny, thank you so much for the super chat, bro. Says, I just asked my homie to translate what they said. They actually said Loki's an what? An IGN fanboy. We don't want to port to USA because IGN will give it a 7 out of 10.
Probably.
Thank
That's like the old reliable for IGN is 7 out of 10.
Oh,
that's
you know what, Ham?
You see what they wrote?
No wonder he forgot her face as she ran from the palace. I would have done the same thing, bro. God damn. Looks like she squats. That looks like she fucking squats. See, Taye, I told you didn't want to be wrong on this. Oh my lord, Big Mad Mo. It's not about being wrong, and you're not even paying attention to the conversation because I just agreed with Taye that they censor on both sides. Matt, what are your thoughts on this video?
Just a real quick one. They do censor
Yeah.
both sides, but we do recognize that like one of them is the government censoring, whereas the other one is just locals decided I don't want to show half naked ladies on my game.
Oh,
not his game.
I look
my
at
game.
censorship the same. Sorry, Ty. I look at censorship the same. Censorship is censorship. It's bad either way, regardless of who's doing it. That's how I look at it. But go ahead, Matt.
So like, I don't know if devil's advocate would be the right term for that. What I'm about to do, I'm not entirely sure. But censorship is censorship. Like and to Ty's point, like one is the government censoring, and the other, in this case, would it be censoring? I guess it's a question. Would it be censoring if a developer said, "Hey, we want our character to look like this"? So you got one character is hot, one character is not hot. This is how I want our characters to look. You got two characters. One's not hot and the other one's hot. That's how I want it. Is that censoring?
I would say it's censorship because who's to say that that's the actual vision?
But who's to say it's not the actual vision?
So one
I
is
highly doubt. I'm wrong. I might be wrong. But I highly doubt that 90% of game developers in the West like looking at ugly characters.
No,
I don't think. Let me finish. I don't think that 90% of gamers like looking at ugly characters.
Okay.
And I think that the shift to ugly characters, right, has been purposeful. People did not just
Okay.
stumble into, okay, they just happen to look like that. I think it was on purpose, right? And I don't believe that the majority of
Okay.
the people making these games agree with the current vision that they're going with. The same way you have a lot of these game developers that won't come out and verbalize it, but then they'll go talk to, I don't know, Asmongold or Legendary Drops or whatever in the back room or DMs and talk about, hey man, the vision and with that specific game, a whole lot of us were against it, but we don't make the final decision. We just, we all need to feed our families. So what I'm trying to say is censorship for me can happen through a government or through a company. Just because the government is more transparent than the company does not mean that censorship is not happening.
But I also, on the flip side of that, don't think that if a company decides to do something, I don't think that's censorship. I just don't. I don't buy that. It's like, sure, I guess probably that happens, like where it's like some employee is disgruntled at the way that something is going at their studio and they're like, I don't like this. I get that. That probably happens all the time. I'm not even gonna pretend to try to deny that, but like I don't think it's some big, like, I think if some company makes a character, like, take a look at fucking, I don't know, Ellie as an example in The Last of Us. I think them designing Ellie to look the way she looks, I don't think that's some weird form of censorship. I just think that's like, yo, that's just the way she looks.
So, Matt, can I ask you a question? So, do you
Go
think
ahead.
all the characters within Sony's library being within the same sort of scope in terms of, and I don't want to use the word attraction, but in terms of like physical appeal, do you think that's coincidence? That like, well, I suppose like all the games from their first party, mind you.
Okay.
Do you think it's a coincidence that none of them veer into, like, for instance, Hellblade territory, where you have conventionally looking females that you would see, like, for instance, on Instagram or anywhere else in Western media, on the Kardashians or whatever, like Western media sort of like, or on rap videos.
Kardashians are not conventional. What's wrong with you?
No, but no,
Okay,
it is by mainstream culture. It is in terms of consumption.
Okay.
No,
But
no.
They're more consumed than any
Let him
other
use the
entity in
example.
America.
Yeah,
The
let me use the example,
Kardashians?
Loke.
Like,
all
look
right,
up the
fine.
numbers.
I'm
Who
trying to
does more
help you.
numbers than the
Loke,
Kardashians?
I'm trying to
Loke,
help you.
let the man speak, Loke. What are we doing?
Let him
Alright.
use his example.
So, like,
Alright,
I'm
come
saying, like, conventionally, what Americans find attractive. Do you
Okay.
think it's a coincidence that none of that is available on Sony's first party, and it is available though on other studios that are like Korean and Japanese, in terms of
Sure.
like what's being sold in the mainstream culture?
Sure.
And I'm talking about hip hop. I'm talking about entertainment, all other forms
Anything.
of entertainment except
Yeah,
gaming.
anything.
Yes.
I put it this way. I would think it's weird. I would think it would be weird if Aloy, as an example, looked like an Instagram model. I would think that's weird. Because why the fuck do you look like an Instagram model in a
At the end of the world.
post-apocalyptic? Yeah, like why the fuck do you look like that? I think it's, and I use the whole Ellie thing in Last of Us. Just pick any character from Last of Us, honestly. It's like, why the fuck would you look like an Instagram model in the zombie apocalypse?
Claire looks like an Instagram model.
Claire?
Claire
Who's
Redfield.
Claire?
Claire Redfield. Who's this? From Resident Evil 2?
Yeah, that's weird to me.
That's not the end
Is
of
it
the
weird
world.
to
No,
you?
that's not weird.
That's,
No. You know why it's not weird?
Not,
You know
no,
why it's
let
not
me
weird?
let me finish this, Loke. I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
I just look at that and I'm like, that's weird.
Oh, so that takes you out of the immersion.
I'm not like it's a bad thing, like, oh, this is ruining my experience. It's just like, oh, that's different, I guess. But okay. Versus like when I see Last of Us, I don't even think about it. It's like not even a thought in my head of how Ellie, or you put Abby, or fucking we'll go to Uncharted, like how any of the characters in Uncharted or whatever game, how they look. It's like not even really a thought in my head.
Okay.
It's just like I'm playing the game.
Okay, so like let's go to every Kojima game
Just-
and look at every
hold on,
female
before
character.
you go there, before you go there, Oshis,
Like,
let me
yeah.
tell you
I'm
why it's
just-
not weird. Let me tell you why it's
Yeah.
not weird for Claire Redfield to look stunning.
Why you
In
don't think it's
Resident
weird?
Evil
Okay.
2, the in Resident Evil 2,
Three.
the sit
Yeah, it
3,
would be three.
fine. The region where she's in just went to shit.
Okay.
In The Last of Us,
Okay.
the world has gone to shit for years. Like there's been no
Yes.
makeup, bro.
Mhm.
People aren't taking showers. Like people are biting their nails to keep them short, stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So that's the
Okay,
big difference.
but that still doesn't make sense to me.
Claire, you can still be like, she probably went to the salon last night or 2 nights
Yeah,
ago.
yeah.
So she still kind of looks fine. And then
Sure.
she went to Raccoon City and it went to shit. Sure, it's believable
Okay.
in my opinion.
Alright,
That's
cool.
why it's not weird to see her looking like that. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So that's
Okay.
Claire. So you're right. Claire is Resident Evil 2. I was thinking of Jill and Claire from both.
Oh, yeah. See, I'm thinking of Jill. From
Yeah, I'm also
3.
thinking of Jill. But like, go
Okay.
to
It's
every
killing
single.
me. It's killing me
Okay.
right now that I know the chronology of Resident Evil
Yes.
games.
No,
I-
you were
I-
absolutely
I-
right.
Okay.
You hit
That's
it.
Yeah.
wild.
So it's Claire Redfield, and then you've got Jill Valentine, and you've got like the lady who's the vampire who looks super hot, like regardless. You know, the one that was the main
Okay.
villain in Resident Evil 4. Like, all I'm saying is that all the female characters, regardless of where you are in their world, whether it's pre or post apocalypse, all of them look attractive. Now I'm gonna use an example from your world, which is the Last of Us. If you go to the Last of Us 2, why does what's her name, Abby, look the way she does? How come?
Because
How
she's
can
a-
Abby,
Because
How
she's
can
a
Abby-
big ass chick.
dude? Like, how can she can pound? She can like literally pound monsters into
Pound?
concrete.
Pause.
Like, I mean, like with her fists. Like, you can literally.
I'm like, what?
No, I mean, like
Because she
can-
trains.
Oh, she trains where she's
Pound.
getting the steroids to look like that. She should look like.
Oh,
Abby.
come on.
Why should she
No,
look like Ellie?
No.
Because
Listen,
like, where is she
listen.
building a physique in
No,
a post-apocalyptic world where
Let me-
there's
let me
limited
explain.
resources?
Let me explain.
Hold
something to
on.
you.
But the
Let me
thing
explain
is, the
something
thing
to you
is,
about physiology. Hold on.
Oh.
Matt, you can go after. Let me explain
Oh,
something to you
yeah.
about physiology, Matt. And I had to find this out the hard way at the gym. There was these 3 guys. No, two
Yeah.
guys, and then with me, we were 3, and we did the
Mhm.
same workouts, and we didn't take any protein or anything extra, but our
Yeah.
bodies developed very differently because as human beings, we have this thing in our
Absolutely.
DNA, right? Where everyone can do the same thing, but we will look
Yeah.
drastically different. Some people's bodies just
100%.
they go from 0 to 100. doing
Same
the
with
same
Yeah.
thing.
same with attractiveness.
And then
Same
other
with attractiveness.
other
You don't need
people's-
makeup to be
Let me
attractive.
finish, bruv. Let me finish. Other people's bodies, they can do like strenuous exercise, but they won't develop that much muscle. When I look at
Just
Abby,
like-
I just assume she's one of those people that is in the post-apocalypse and her body and her DNA just
Oh,
happens
okay.
to be like super great, and then she turns into Abby Zilla. That's it.
So-
That's what I assume.
Also,
I assume the same thing about Claire and Jill, that they just happen to be pretty people in a post-apocalyptic
off.
world.
yes, that's fine.
That
That's
makeup.
That's totally,
That makeup.
that's totally fine.
Come
Where is
on, bro.
makeup? Like, she's got no makeup on. Like, when is the last time that Jill took a bath? Bro, like, I mean, how long you're trying to make it to Raccoon City? All I'm saying is that this is all very relative. But like the way that they make it seem is they try and put like these sort of like it's like in Mortal Kombat. Like in Mortal Kombat, you can fight in heels in Mortal Kombat. They've been doing that forever. But for some reason, you cannot have a girl look hot and have certain body proportions in
We're
a
not doing the
popular
Mortal
game
Kombat thing again.
without
We're
them
not
having a
doing that
problem.
again.
Without
But also,
that
it's
having
like
to be
when you
toned
think
down.
about Sony, the reason why you have these characters that look a particular way is because Sony has moved towards more the realism part of it. They're trying to portray, the West is trying to portray characters how they will look. Because someone like Aloy looks more like somebody you find in the West. There is nobody in these games that you're referring to that looks real. Like, you don't find these people in Japan. You don't find them anywhere in the world. This is a complete
All right.
fantasy.
Okay, so Tai, I'm sorry, my man. Like, let me go get my Kratos body on, or let me go get my Nathan
my
Drake body
God.
on, so I can, because that's
Nathan
what
Drake
I look
is nothing
like as an
special.
Dude,
Nathan
Nathan
Drake is
Drake's
nothing
just like an
special.
average dude.
Come on, bro. Kratos,
How many
I'll let
so
that
average
slide.
dudes look like
Not-
Nathan Drake?
Yeah, I've gone to school with dudes who look like Nathan.
Yeah,
I
but like,
have
but like
friends on my
but again,
Facebook who look like Nathan Drake.
Well, I could say that like I've gone to school with girls that look like Jill Valentine. She doesn't look like an exceptionally beautiful girl.
But hold on, but
But
Ushers,
she's not a girl that you find
Kratos
in
is supposed to be a god, right?
Yeah,
Sorry?
exactly.
No,
Yes,
he
Kratos
was
is
a
a
god,
god.
he's a model. But you said to me realistic. So where is that in the realm of? So how do we go now?
Yeah,
Eloy is
but
supposed
he's
to
a
be a clone,
but he's a god.
but Eloy is a clone. She's not even human.
Yes.
Yeah, but like
So
no,
why
but, yeah,
does
but,
she
yeah, but
not-
like they didn't make the clone to be hot. The clone is from a real
Why?
character.
They
in
could
the
have made her
game.
perfect.
Because why would
They
they
could've
make her
made
to
her-
be hot?
What? Like,
So why does
wait,
Kratos-
if you're making a
Okay.
clone,
Fair
a
enough.
female clone, are you going to make her hot on purpose?
Why not? Given the option, why would you not make her hot?
But why? But you could say why not to that, but you could also say why would you?
Survivability, exactly. So same thing. So is Thor in God of War Ragnarok not a god?
He's a god, yeah.
Yeah, he's a god.
So what does he look like? Does he look like Kratos with a six-pack on top of a six-pack?
He looks like a big ass god.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. It's there's more diversity then, right?
Oh, also there's diversity when it comes to the
Jimmy,
guys,
welcome
but there's no diversity when it comes to the women. Women can't have large breast sizes. They can't, even if they're gods in those games, they have to look like average women because we're catering to average women. That is such hypocrisy to me. Is that like, if you're going to do it with the guys, then do it with the girls. I'm sorry, like, I get what you're saying that like,
Yo,
yes,
that sounds like some
wait,
Diddy stuff.
But
What?
but
If you're
wait,
gonna do it with
Kratos
the
is
guys,
being
do it with the
okay.
girls.
The first god that Kratos fought he was slim, right?
Yeah,
he was skinny. He
he
looked
was skinny. Yeah, so the point here is Kratos is coming from a pre-existing template of somebody with large muscles. So yeah.
Oh, okay. So there is no hot women in the Last of Us universe because for some reason hot women just
Because
became extinct.
they're
That,
going
you know,
for a
does
very
not exist anymore.
they're going for a photorealistic look. Have you not seen
Yes,
the actors,
there's a lot
like
of
the real actors,
photorealistic women that are
the
beautiful,
facial,
though.
like? But okay, do the actors that they took, do they look vastly different from the in-game selves in The Last of Us?
You shouldn't have said that.
No, they don't. they don't. Look them up. They don't. They look like I don't like. Listen, you brought up Kojima, yeah, and you're right about Kojima. Kojima makes attractive characters, yeah. But I think that's the thing there. We have Naughty Dog making realistic characters artistically, and then we have Kojima making sexy characters, and they can all coexist together.
I can only choose non-attractive characters to put in my games and say, well, these are the characters. Because the beautiful there's
why can you only choose that?
That's a good question, Matt. Why?
Cheers, Yobi.
Because you can choose whoever you want to put in your game.
Exactly, but you choose not to put attractive characters in your game that are that everyone will find attractive.
If you want a certain character in your game, that's your choice. If I want an attractive character in my game, then you play a game with an attractive character. It's not that like it's not.
I'm just so my question to you originally, Matt, was why do you think that out of the entire library that they have of games that they make first party, they have no characters that a male gamer would say, I think that girl conventionally is an 8 or a 9 or a 10 in terms of just she's hot.
Okay, whoa. Okay, so first of all, Chloe from Uncharted. Chloe's a fucking 10 out of 10. Chloe's a fucking 10 out of 10. That's
which
not
Uncharted?
even
Which Uncharted?
Well, she was in 2. They also did Lost Legacy, the spinoff after 4, with Chloe and Nadine. I also I know to each their own and everything, but Nadine
post 2015. Matt, give us games post 2015. Let's go.
Uncharted Lost Legacy.
Okay, let's go. Let's see. Lost.
Okay, and also Chloe Uncharted Lost Legacy.
Let's see. I haven't played Lost Legacy. I just played Uncharted 4. So let's see. But I think I know who Chloe is. Oh, it's she's the British girl. Okay, I remember her. She's definitely an 8 or a 9. Yes, she's a gorgeous girl. And she's an exception to the rule most of the
see it.
You don't?
Okay, look, you don't like her. Fair enough, whatever.
No, but
am I allowed?
You're allowed to not like her. You're allowed to not like her. It's fine.
She's not she's not necessarily hot or sexy in the sense that how she's sort of depicted
I
in the
disagree
game.
with that.
She looks.
Is the
she's
God
hot.
of War Is the
To
God of
each-
War
to-
female?
She's hot
Each
though.
their
Like,
own.
yeah. So Matt, I agree with you. She's an 8 or a 9.
I
depending on
would
the rating.
also say again, just personal preference here.
Okay, let's hear this one.
I'm into Freyna from God of War. I really like Freyna.
I was
from
gonna
God
say
of War.
that are the God of War people are they ugly as well? Like what are we
Who's
talking
But
about?
like, look at how down. Like, if Freyna was in a game that
Freyna?
was not, she's the
Freyna is the chick. Have you played Ragnarok?
I have.
Okay.
I have.
She's
I think
always
he's
with
saying
Kratos.
Freyna is the one that
she's like the big enemy in well,
Wait,
Thor,
you're
I
talking
guess,
about
is the big
Freya.
enemy. Freya.
Freya.
Oh my god, why did I say Freyna?
Freya. Yeah, no, she.
Who's
I don't
Freyna?
know.
Why am I thinking of
You guys
Freyna?
think Freya's hot?
No, I don't think so.
Fuck
Like,
yeah,
think
I do.
She looks depressed
You know what?
to me. She's got like
You know
the circles
Listen,
around her eyes.
Listen. Okay. We're good. Listen. It's fine. To each
Yeah.
their own. This was an
Exactly.
interesting conversation, but we need to keep it pushing because if we're
Let's
at
do
the
it.
point where we're now discussing saying Freya's hot, that's the end of it for me, in my opinion. Let's move on.
Hey. That's very. I'm very sad
Next.
for you, Luke.
Netflix, it's fine, dude. It's a preference thing, really.
I know.
Netflix
I'm just fucking with you, buddy.
has 2 video games that have trailers. So first off, actually it's 3. It's 3. So Netflix confirms a new cyberpunk animated project with CD Projekt Red is on the way. During Geeked Weeks. Okay, anyway, guys.
Wait, games or TV shows?
No,
Did
animated
you say
project.
games or did
It's
you?
an anime, bro.
Oh, okay. I thought you said games. Okay.
Yeah. So, Matt, let's start with you. Are you excited for? Did you watch the original CD Projekt?
I have not.
Or...
I haven't watched it because I haven't had Netflix. I'll be getting Netflix this December when they bring back Squid Game, and then I'll watch. And then I'll watch everything I need to watch. Yeah,
bro. Edge Runners.
But I haven't seen it. I do know from everything I hear it's amazing. So I'm excited to watch it, but I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, bro, Edge Runners is something else. Oshus, there's a new cyberpunk animated project on the way for Netflix. Are you excited? And what did you think of Edge Runners? Did you see it?
Yeah, man, I loved it. Like, I didn't think I would love it because I don't like a lot of Netflix anime, but I loved it. Like that Castlevania. I always say to people, if you want to watch like Netflix anime, cyberpunk, what is it, Edge Runners? Go watch Dragon's Dogma. A lot of people they sleep on Dragon's Dogma, man. Like that is a very good anime. It's also on Netflix.
Dogma is an anime.
Yeah, there's a Dragon's Dogma.
Yeah.
It's
so
pretty
good.
I love
it.
it.
A couple of years old. But it's pretty
and
good.
Then Castlevania as well. Go watch the entire all 3 seasons. So I'm in there. I'm day one there. Like those
These
animes
do not miss.
They don't miss. I was shocked how good that cyberpunk anime was actually because I didn't want to binge it, but I ended up binging the whole thing. It was that good.
That's how good it was. DJ Birdo, thank you for the super chat. I'm so sorry I completely passed over your super chat. It says if that's the case, look, why the East blurred out the kitty cat in their XXX video? If what's the case? Because at the end of the discussion, in my opinion, when I was talking to Tai, is I completely agreed with him that censorship is on both sides. Now, if you want to pick which censorship offends you more, that's a you problem. Me, I'm about the principle. And censorship is censorship as far as I see it. So that's me answering your super chat. Again, thank you so much for posting it. And I apologize for having skipped it for so long. It's just that these guys kept going and freaking going. Tai, have you seen Cyberpunk Edge Runners, and what did you think of it? If you have, if you haven't, what are your thoughts on this new animated project?
I thought it was really good. I didn't finish it. I don't know why. I think I just went out to go do something else, but it was really enjoyable, really good. I'm looking forward to season 2. That studio. 2. Sorry. Well, I don't know what happens at the end, so maybe everyone dies or whatever. But
bro, you need to finish it.
Whatever happens,
finish it. Please.
Yeah,
bro.
I'll definitely finish it before this one comes out. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it because quality is quality. Same thing for Arcane as well. That's another really dope show. So yeah, and listen, whatever project these guys are working on, if it doesn't have to be cyberpunk related, just anything that I'm always going to be down to check it out.
All right. Well, Ham's gone. All right. So that's the first animated project that's related to video games. The next one, I'm not sure if you guys have seen the trailer. I think it's safe to show the trailer because it's Netflix. Netflix usually doesn't copyright strike anyone. Netflix Devil May Cry gets first teaser trailer and release window. Did you guys see the teaser trailer for
No,
Devil
I
May
haven't
Cry?
seen it.
I have not.
Nope, I've not seen anything.
All right. Let's take a look at it. I'll just take off the audio. Stop. Present. Where is it? There we go. Fellas, like these guys seem to me like they Pikachu, I think.
Could be, yeah. Let's put a real director behind it. Somebody who actually just knows. It doesn't matter if they like the IP. They just need to know how to direct. And let's get some writers. You don't need to know anything about the story.
Like actually play Devil May Cry. I own all of them. I played a little bit of the first one. I think I missed the boat on that one. I think that's something I needed to play back in the day, and I didn't. And I tried to play it more recently, and it's shit. Didn't like it.
Start with number 5, man. Ones, and it plays more like the newer ones. DMC plays more like the newer ones, the one you're talking about. So no, that's fine.
Yeah. I'll have to check it out. But yeah, I mean, I'm not against checking that out. It's one of those things I'm gonna have to squeeze a lot into like a month or two.
So random. Arcane 2 is coming. Yeah. All right. So that's Devil May Cry. Next, Ubisoft won't give us a game, but you know what they'll give us? They'll give us an anime.
Oh, is it the Splinter Cell?
Yeah.
Dude, that's so dumb. Like, I mean, cool that you're doing a show for Splinter Cell. At least you guys acknowledge it exists. But like, come on, they're supposedly doing a remake, I guess, at some point. But
we can only
we need a new Splinter Cell game. We need a new Splinter Cell game, not a remake, a new Splinter Cell game.
A new one. But isn't Sam like super old?
I don't
would you
give a
prefer
fuck.
like
Make
a
him
new
young
protagonist?
I mean,
if you
Snake
want,
is dead how many
want.
times over?
I
Exactly,
have
like-
another idea.
What's your idea?
Why don't they make like his daughter the protagonist?
They can do that. I'd be down for that.
They'll be
Especially
accused of being woke, man.
well, that's something you're gonna have to deal with.
Are you sure you want to do that?
It's gonna be accused of being woke, bro. People are
Right?
gonna say, "What's
You're
this?"
You're gonna upset a lot of passionate
Yeah,
gamers.
they're like, "Oh, they turned Sam into a woman."
No, look,
guys,
it might fit the
if
story.
you played
but
it,
I did,
fellas. But if you played
did.
the story, we all played the story.
Yes,
He does have a daughter, and it
he
fits
does.
even the amount of years that have gone by. It makes sense, no?
I
But
think
you
it
really
fits.
want to do another female protagonist in an ocean of female protagonists that are.
God damn it!
I
God
think
damn
it fits
Listen, this
perfectly
one,
well.
this
Just
one
saying from a
actually
business perspective, I don't care in terms of what you prefer. I'm just saying from a business perspective, none
Okay.
of that stuff is really landing.
Okay, Among Us. Okay, guys, we're having a discussion between the four of us, not with the
Yeah.
rest of the grifters on Twitter. All right,
Yeah,
Among Us, the people that have actually played the games and understood
Yeah.
the story, etc., etc. How would we feel about
I'd be
Sam's
ecstatic.
daughter being the protagonist for Splinter Cell?
I'd be ecstatic. I just think that you'd be upsetting a lot of passionate gamers, a lot of very passionate people. But I
don't know.
would enjoy it. I would enjoy it.
I actually
think
don't
it
want
makes
it.
total sense.
I don't want it. I think
You don't want it.
No, I don't want it. No, I want Sam Fisher.
he's like, nah, I don't want that.
Nah, no, I don't need that. Like I think there's some, like when I think of Splinter Cell, I think of Sam Fisher. So I want Sam Fisher, right? I don't really need you to do a reboot with somebody else. Just give me Sam Fisher, give me the same voice actor. I think Michael Ironside is that's his name. And then let's do a remake, do anything, you know.
All right, but follow my logic here for 5 seconds. Follow my logic for 5 seconds. One of the things that are great about Kojima's game, which I cannot talk about here, right, is the continuity. Matt,
what game is that?
Don't try me, Matt.
Which one is it?
Don't even freaking try me. All right.
DJ what's the name of that one? What's the name of that one shitty espionage game that he makes? What is that?
Oh my god. Anyways,
oh man, what
Matt
is that?
Doesn't want to participate in the conversation. Ty,
dude, it's like metal something dog shit. I can't remember.
Anyways, if you play those games, the chronological order of how things happen, if something happens, it happened. There's no reboot, there's no rehashing, it just happened. And then you keep it pushing. This goes all the way back to the ones on the NES, bruv. Do you get me? And that brings a certain level of gravitas to whatever is being done in that specific game. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but a lot of those games are remakes as well, man. Like, I mean, a lot of like the first, I mean, Metal Gear Solid is like literally a remake of the original Metal Gear, and Metal Gear 2 is almost a copy and paste in terms of like story of Metal Gear Solid 1. So like,
God, like I want to get into this discussion with you, but literally,
I hear what you're saying. But I hear what you're saying. But like, it doesn't matter. I mean, like, Sam Fisher's story also follows a chronology that ends with Conviction. Is it Conviction? I think Conviction.
Yes,
it's Conviction or Black. What was the other one?
Blacklist. I still need to play Blacklist.
I think it's Conviction.
Yeah, they all follow a chronology though, Luke. So like whether you put the daughter there or not is not the issue for me. Like you can in fact put the daughter there. Like the whole thing of having a female protagonist is not an issue. You can have a female and a male protagonist if you really want to do that. Ubisoft has done that many times and it's worked. So that's not an issue. It's an issue when you make it an issue. If you're gonna put Sam Fisher there, I would rather have Sam Fisher and his daughter instead of just having Sam Fisher's daughter.
It's
That's
fine. No, dude. Sam Fisher could be there almost like Alfred in her ear.
No, but I mean, you can play Sam Fisher.
You know what I mean?
I don't want to play Abby, dude.
Dude, he's ancient. He's ancient by now. Come on.
So is Snake. How old is Snake? Snake is almost dead. Like all snakes are almost dead. Like they're like,
he's
how old
a super soldier? Like the guy you're talking about is a super soldier. He's not even.
Who's he talking about? Who's he talking about?
God damn
it!
Man.
Talking about?
And then Farsh is trolling me. Yeah, I can't remember the name. What is it, Luke?
Yeah, what is it, Luke? What are we talking about? I think Ron Slusher brought up Metal Gear Solid versus Splinter Cell ? That's easy, Ron Slusher. It's Splinter Cell. So I think we all would agree.
Metal Gear got a lot of its cues from Splinter Cell, actually.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, Splinter Cell, I think Loke agrees. I think we all agree. That Splinter Cell.
Yeah. So a lot of people forget that Splinter Cell as a series is also tied to the Tom Clancy universe, which means Rainbow Six, Wildlands, all those exist in the same sort of like continuity. Again, you don't have to even do Sam Fisher. As to a point, he could be the mentor character, and then you decide which protagonist to play. You can make your own protagonist, which I think is the future. Just freaking
I think my pushback to all this would be people have been asking for Sam Fisher back, Splinter Cell back for a very long time.
Yeah.
And then to come out and say, hey, here is, Sarah Fisher instead, that's gonna be a problem. Like, just give people what they want, which is Sam Fisher. Now you could do 3 games, kill him off, do whatever you want, then move on to someone else. But they want Sam Fisher, so give him that.
So what would it hurt? What would it hurt Ubisoft to, since that's all we're doing now is remastering? What would it hurt them to just remaster the original or remake Splinter Cell 1 and just start the series?
They are remaking it. Yeah,
they are remaking
it.
it.
Do that.
Are
That's
they?
fine.
They're remaking it. I think they're running some development issues, but they're currently remaking the game.
Yeah, because they've come out and said that.
I don't see a loss.
I didn't know that. I had no idea that they were doing that. That's nice.
They've been trying to remake Splinter Cell and also Prince of Persia for some time now. They just
Ron, what's wrong with you, Ron?
Issues.
Oh yeah, Prince of Persia might be in a rough spot right now because that remake's been going for a good long while.
It's changed it's changed development hands a few times now. I think they had a team in Asia or the Middle East working on it, and then maybe someone in North Africa. But now I think it's in a completely different team now, and they're the ones leading the project. So
they should send it to South Africa. Like if anyone knows what to do with it, it's a guy in Johannesburg. I promise.
Are you sure about that?
Imagine putting another protagonist in Half-Life 3 instead of Morgan Freeman. Morgan Freeman's been dead, bro. It's fine. We can all move on.
Gordon Freeman?
Yeah, Gordon Freeman.
No. You say Morgan Freeman?
You said Morgan, yeah. Oh shit! I also said Morgan. My bad. All right. Lastly, we have some bad news. Some sad news. Everything that has a beginning has an end, gentlemen. Xbox Ambassadors Program will soon shatter after more than 13 years. Microsoft has announced that it will soon phase out its Xbox Ambassadors Program after 13 years of operation. Guys, what are your thoughts on this? Do you even know what it is?
I couldn't tell you exactly what the Xbox Ambassadors Program is. I know that I've gone online, especially during the 360 gen, late 360 gen, whenever I had an issue with my console and the early Xbox One gen, because I had some issues with the early Xbox One as well. And whenever I asked a question on their website, it usually got answered by an Xbox ambassador. And it was usually pretty helpful for the most part. So that's my experience with the Xbox ambassador. Like, I know it's a lot more than that, but from my experiences, it's like people who will actually help you with issues that you're having on your console, on the Xbox platform. So that stinks if that's not going to be a thing anymore. But I don't know the other implications that it has, honestly.
Ron, you a menace, dude.
Oh,
Stay
wow.
on topic, Ron Slasher. Stay on topic. Tyre, what are your thoughts?
I didn't know too much about the ambassador program, to be honest. So it goes on, does nothing for me. I think it was just like, extra perks and benefits for original Xbox, gamers who signed up earlier on. I mean, that's cool. But yeah, it does nothing. I don't think anyone really cares too much. I could be wrong, but it seems like no one's really making a fuss about this.
Damn. I would disagree with that. The ambassadors program is not a big nothing burger. It's, at least in my opinion, just like Matt said, it's a significant chunk of the community. And like they used to even receive early updates of things that Xbox wanted to implement on the console, on the UI, etc. And then
like beta testers, yeah.
Exactly. They test it out, give suggestions on what's lacking, what could be improved, etc., etc. And then we'd get the final product. Some of them would actually help you out with whatever game you were playing, whatever issue you were having with the UI, etc. Yeah, for me, I think this is it's a big loss, in my opinion. It's a big loss.
Okay.
I
for the
think
frequent
so.
users. Go ahead, Oshus.
No, like, and why I say that, like, because I've noticed recently, dude, like, I've been having so much issues. First, my DVR is stuffed. Like, it's not working the way it's supposed to. I've tried different hard drives. And if you don't have like an ambassador like guy that can just sort of get through, it becomes so difficult to get in like a hold of like Microsoft support, because you can message them on Facebook like, dude, I get no joy. Like, and then the next thing is I installed Forza, what is it, Motorsport? Doesn't get past the
Forza.
loading screen. Yes. Doesn't get past the loading screen, the initial loading screen. I get stuck there. And before, you could just reach out to an ambassador if you know one, and then they'll sort of put through your. Yeah. Now, like, you have to go through support, which is bullshit, because nobody answers. You can go onto the freaking website, you can log it on Twitter. Like, good luck if they actually freaking respond to your message. You can direct like on the comments, they won't respond. So, like, to me, to have ambassadors was a huge. I'm lucky because I still have some guys that were part of the ambassador program in like our Xbox community in South Africa, but seeing them no longer have that access is actually, it's not good for gamers. I think it's gonna suck for gamers that were using that feature.
Oh, okay, interesting. Fark says, Fark Q says, you can do that stuff without being an ambassador. You just need to be part of the insider program, and the more you partake, the higher your tier you can be in. Is the ambassador program being replaced by the insider program?
No, the insider program is always. I'm an insider, dude, but I can't troubleshoot my own shit. Like, I can't fix my stuff. Like, you just download the insider app, but that doesn't give you any additional access to, like, being able to sort of like, fast forward like queries to support
Yeah, so the insider app just gives you access to the early stuff. That's all. But it doesn't help you with troubleshooting. I'm on the highest tier and I get all the latest updates. Exactly. Okay, so this is just about access. It's not about actual assistance with whatever issues you might be having on Xbox.
That's where the ambassadors made a huge difference.
The ambassador program would come through. Yeah. RIP and the ambassador program. If I'm not mistaken, I think it said October 15th. Yeah. 15th. So till next week Tuesday, then it's over. RIP the ambassador program. That's unfortunate. But again, everything that has a beginning has an end, Neo. It just is what it is. And with that, oh my goodness, 3 hours. No wonder Ham just bounced. 3 hours. Guys, I'm having too much fun with you. Seriously. I have one more topic. You guys want to get into it? One more topic.
Yeah,
sure.
All right. Matt, don't be mad. All right.
Don't be mad. What sucky topic is this going to be? Why is it going to make me mad, Luke? Why is this going to make me mad? I don't know anything about this.
Let's look at the topic, and then if you guys want to know part of it, we can know part of it. Tai, do you want to tackle this?
Yeah, sure. I think she was there saying something like Disney should apologize. Was it?
No, it's
Disney
worse than that.
Come in.
All right.
Can you enlarge the screen?
Hold on. We can just read the whole thing. Relax, fellas. Since you guys want to get into it, right? We're going to get into it.
Still waiting for where I get mad.
All right. So, buzz off. I don't want to agree to anything, you fuckers. Anyways, so this is the lady from Star Wars. She's one of the actresses on Star Wars Acolyte. And she has things to say.
Of course she does.
Yeah.
One of the things she said, as the headline illustrates here, she says, "We don't get to fail upward like a lot of white men."
Okay.
Let's just read the quotes because it's a long article, as you guys can see by this here. It's a long article.
Yeah.
She says, "I'm here for it. It's giving authentic casting." More quotes. "I'm actually not dating. I'm over men." Big surprise. "I'm gonna send you one of those cardboard cutouts where." Okay. Jeez,
What
it's a
is
lot of.
this? What are you reading from right now? What are we doing?
Hold on. She has things to say about the Star Wars fans.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me just search for Star Wars. All right. "Power was something Jodie found in Star Wars series The Acolyte, released over the summer and set a century before Luke Skywalker and Rey picked up their lightsabers. The show's director Kogonada offered her the role following a conversation they had at the Cannes premiere of After Yang, sci-fi drama the pair worked on together pre-pandemic. Jodie had given birth to her daughter the year prior in April 2020 and shared her regrets that she wasn't able to bring her knowledge as a new mother to the role. The conversation led to an opportunity in a galaxy far, far away. Indeed, she had never starred in anything. Okay. I've never worked with anybody who's handed me an essay on their character. God damn it. All right. Okay, here we go. Finally. So, the show was unceremoniously cancelled, allegedly due to low ratings. Allegedly. Come on. Allegedly? Come on.
Yeah.
But in the weeks leading up to its season finale, the cast faced relentless torrents of racist abuse online from so-called fans who couldn't handle a black actress. They misspelled actress. This is what happens when you put ChatGPT to write your articles.
100%.
They couldn't handle a black actress leading a Star Wars series. In a video posted on her Instagram story, Amandla addressed the cancellation, noting that since the show was announced in 2020, she and the cast have experienced a rampage of hyper-conservative bigotry, vitriol, prejudiced hatred, and hateful language. Oshes, she's talking about you. It's an infuriating cycle. Actors of color are cast in Star Wars projects and are immediately made vulnerable to vicious bigotry. Don't bring John Boyega. It was Disney that shrunk his picture in China. So here's her quote.
Yes.
"They've got to stop doing this thing where they don't say anything when people are getting fucking dogpiled on the internet with racism and bullshit," Jodie says of Disney's lack of response to the Acolyte's reception. "It's just not fair to not say anything. It's really unfair." Let's discuss this specific section. Matt,
Yo.
what are your thoughts?
I mean, I never saw The Acolyte, so I couldn't even begin to tell you
You're a bigot. You should have
what I
watched it.
thought. No, here's the thing. What she's saying isn't crazy in terms of like, yo, if you're actually, I don't know what's going on because, like I said, I haven't seen it. I certainly haven't been keeping up with the actors. I'm not in the discourse. I don't know what's flying their way and what's not flying their way. But if they're actually just receiving racist comments and threats, then
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter if the show sucks at that point. If the show sucks, it sucks. Whatever the fuck, move on. But at some point, if that's actually true and that's happening, Disney probably should be like, hey guys, maybe don't harass. Maybe like if you don't like the show, fine, but maybe don't harass people. all the time, and it's the same shit that happened. It's the same shit that happened with like fuck, what's her name from Last of Us Part 2, Laura Bailey. Like everybody hated the Abby character. Yeah, everybody hated the Abby character, and so they just targeted Laura Bailey and they like threatened her newborn child. It's like if that happened. It's like if you didn't like the thing, fair enough. You don't gotta like it. If you want to trash talk the thing, fair enough. By all means, talk your shit. But like at a certain point, chill the fuck out. Chill the fuck out. Like grow up a little bit at a certain point. Honestly, it's not that deep.
The issue, right? And maybe Taye is going to call me out and say that I'm wrong here. The issue from the little that I've seen, the issue is that any type of like not being super supportive is labeled as all of this bad stuff.
But see, I don't know that. Like, I can't speak on that. All I'm saying is that if she's getting racist comments, if she's getting threats and shit and actual racist comments, that's not cool. And if she is, then Disney probably should, at a certain point, be like, "Yo, stop sending racist, hateful shit to our actor."
Matt, let me prove your point. Let me prove my point very quickly in 2 seconds.
Go for it.
See this Twitter page right here, Culture Crave. It's known as one of the most like pro Disney Star Wars pages, right? Which is why they even posted this, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what this button does here?
No, I don't. What's that do?
This shows hidden comments that this page here deemed inappropriate.
Okay.
Let's see. See, it says here hidden replies. Let's see what's inappropriate.
Okay.
Boo hoo bitch.
Okay.
I mean, that's pretty.
I mean, it's a stupid fucking comment, but yeah, continue.
Is it racism? Is it bigotry?
No, but it's also not her account.
Number 2,
like does she run the Culture Crave account? Is that what we're getting at?
That's not my point. My point is
right.
The mentality that she has, Culture Crave shares.
Look,
here's the second comment.
Dude.
Here's the second comment.
Yeah.
It's not racist to say people who know nothing about Star Wars shouldn't act in its movies. Is that racist?
And that's a fair point. I'm not. Listen, look, what I'm saying.
There's more. There's more.
Then keep reading it. I guess I don't know.
Disney has been protecting horrible activists for long enough. Too long, actually. Is that bigotry?
Is there an issue here with accusation?
Is there another comment, Luke? Is there more comments? Are you gonna read them all?
Most people. I'm just saying, bro. There's no racism here, but all of this is deemed inappropriate.
I don't know who runs the Culture Crave account, Luke. I don't know. Like I don't, and I also don't see what that has to do with her receiving racist, hateful comments.
Matt, if I say something and you quote tweet it, verbatim of what I said, what are you saying? And at no point are you saying,
"Wait, what are you trying to say here?"
Loke is off his rocker. That Culture Crave, exactly what I said before I even started reading this. Culture Crave literally agrees and co-opts exactly what she thinks.
Okay,
which is just saying that the show was bad, bruv. Just saying that it was bad is racism.
But look, you're adding all this. You're adding all this extra context that I don't know about, and I can't I'm not plugged into Star Wars. I'm not plugged into what happened with the Acolyte. I don't know that it was bad or that it was good. I didn't watch it. I don't care about Star Wars. All I know is that she's saying she's receiving racist comments. Whether every comment is racist probably isn't true. She's probably not getting only racist comments. But
she's not
if
getting
she's
mostly
getting
racist comments.
Sure, but if she's getting any racist comments, it's fucking stupid.
No
That's
doubt.
it.
No
That's
doubt.
all I'm saying. That's all
But
I'm
Matt,
saying. Like,
if you get one racist quote, and then you get 99 just people saying, "Dude, your show
fair
was
enough.
shit. Your show was shit."
Then your show
Can
probably sucked.
Can you now say, hold on? Can you now say, because of this one racist comment, they're all racist?
But is she saying that everyone's a racist?
Did you not read the comment, bruv?
I listened. I listened to you read that quote.
Let's go back to the article.
Let's go back to the article.
It is not a problem. Matt's about to become even more bald.
So I think it's more Ty would disagree with you, Loke, more than
why?
I think Matt. Because Ty has an opinion on this matter. I don't think Matt.
Because Loke is wrong.
Tell me why I'm wrong, Ty.
You know what I mean?
Tell me why
like,
I'm
I
wrong.
don't think Matt has an opinion on this, but I think like Ty is gonna very strong.
The reason why Culture Crave is probably filtering out. First of all, they have the right to filter out. That's their page. But the reason why they're filtering out is pretty much because Star Wars in particular is very toxic. So there's a YouTuber who made a Star Wars video recently, and he was basically saying how the community has turned to shit because everyone is just fighting. Everyone is just saying this sucks. This is woke. This is whatever it is. And he said like it's just really toxic. So if you start to see somebody start to be negative towards Star Wars, and maybe you're tired of it. Maybe you know what, guys, we're tired of you. Yeah, Star Wars sucks. Yes, Acolyte is woke. Blah 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 blah. All the people they hired are all DEI. Blah blah blah. Yeah, at some point you're just gonna say, you know what, I want to tune out. I don't even care if you're gonna be explicitly racist or you're gonna be explicitly this is woke. I'm just tired of the negativity, so I'm just gonna block all your shit. That makes perfect sense. In the Assassin's Creed page on Reddit, and I think the Ubisoft one, somebody mentioned like, yo, can we block all these people coming in? Because they're all coming in, they're not saying racist stuff, but they're just talking negativity about Ubisoft, negativity about Yasuke. We don't care. We just want to talk about, the actual content, Star Wars lore. But these people are obsessed. We're talking about like, hey, do you think, that she knows Star Wars? Oh, she's DEI this, she's woke this. At some point, like right now, like your channel, Loke, if Ushers brings an army of negative Xbox fans, and all you see is Xbox sucks, Xbox this, Xbox that, at some point you're gonna be like, you know what, bro? No more Xbox conversations. I'm tired of it. I don't care if you're saying Phil Spencer is this. I don't care if you say Sarah Bond is black, whatever it is. The fact that you're saying Xbox already sucks because they don't have no games, they don't have this and that. I'm done with it. Like in this conversation just there, we were having, you would literally go to Ushers. Ushers was talking stuff and you were like pulling your hair out like, Ushers, man, can you calm the fuck down? If you get that every single day, at some point you're going to say, you know what, Ushers?
Let me finish. At no point, and this is where me and you completely diverge. At no point do I think it makes sense to say, Ushers, you can't come on the show anymore.
Oh no, you will 100%. There's no way Ushers. There's no way Ushers keeps talking shit about Xbox. You keep saying, "Bro, stop," and he refuses.
No. If you go back and rewind, my issue is not with Ushers' rhetoric. My issue, and Matt will back me up on this because he was also paying attention, is that Ushers presents one specific alley of discussions about Xbox. We start attacking that alley, and then Ushers jumps to another avenue. That's my issue.
Okay.
Now, bringing your negative point of view on Xbox, that's not a problem. We can discuss that until the sun rises. That's not a problem. What we can't do is not have a focused discussion and be jumping from one convenient alley to another. Let's talk about the lack of exclusivity. And if you want to be specific about first party, let's go there. If you want to include third party, let's also go there. But once we set the parameters for this discussion, we need to actually conclude it. That's my only issue.
I think Culture Crave's response.
Bringing your negative point of view on something that I like is not a problem, dude. That's the one thing that I completely disagree with people like the Culture Crave and even this lady here. Thinking that it's okay to at any point say that someone that disagrees with you should not be able to speak. That's a problem, bro.
No. I think Culture Crave's point here is that whenever we post Star Wars stuff, all you trolls and gremlins come out of nowhere and just want to talk about Acolyte and how it sucks and how it's woke. So they're not responding to the discourse. What'd you say?
I said both those points are correct.
Yeah, they're gremlins. Yeah, you agree? the gremlins and trolls.
It's woke. Yes, they both. Like, look, you might not agree, but like I'm just saying from my perspective, yes, both those points are correct. But please go on.
No, I mean but that's Culture Crave's point. I completely understand it. You know, if you have a channel or you're running something and all you get is negativity, like I told you, the Assassin's Creed people were saying, can we just like remove the karma for these people because they just coming in just talking shit. Like we're kind of tired of seeing negativity this, negativity that. At some point, you probably just want a normal Star Wars regular discourse. That's just what it is. If people say like, "Yo, I didn't really like the show. I didn't think that the writing was good," blah blah blah. I think that's perfectly fine. Now, is he taking stuff like that down, or is he taking stuff where people are saying like they don't know nothing about Star Wars? Like they're making accusations. They know nothing about Star Wars, but that's an accusation. Oh, you only hear because of DEI. That's an accusation. So if you're making accusations, yeah, I mean, remove that shit. You don't know nothing about me.
So okay, so what you're telling me, Ty, is that if I check the hidden replies, there's no respectful response.
Let's go through some of them. I'll tell you which ones I think are okay.
You opened up that hidden replies thing with the comment that said "boo hoo, bitch." That's how you open. That's how you open.
Right, wait. So she's saying, "Yo, I got racist treatment," and this guy's like, "Yeah, boo hoo, bitch."
She's like, "Shut up, you dumb bitch."
Wait,
boo hoo.
Boo hoo, bitch is racism. I didn't know.
No, it's not. But is it constructive at all? Is it adding anything? Is it doing anything other than just boo hoo, bitch? Is it like a constructive thought?
No, it's not.
No, it adds nothing to anything.
Taking shots.
Okay, so you can only comment if you're bringing something constructive. Is that where we're at?
No, you can comment whatever because he left it there. People liked it. It eventually got hidden. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Yeah. But at the end of the day, don't expect someone to don't expect the person running the Culture Crave account to look at that comment and say, "Wow, that was awesome."
Yeah, no.
Wait,
what was that
so
one? The power of
we
woman?
should only put out positive stuff.
No, it's not. That's not the idea, Luke. I literally just said that you can do whatever the fuck you want, just like he did. He typed in, he saw what the Culture Crave said, and he decided to type in "boo hoo, bitch." He let off his bars. He did what he had to do. He said what he said, and they just hit it. He can do whatever the fuck he wants, though, because people like that tweet. Obviously, people liked it. It is what it is. He can do whatever the fuck you want. You can leave a comment, positive, negative, whatever the fuck, dumb, stupid, thoughtful, poetic, whatever the fuck you want to do. You can do it, but don't expect someone to reply to your comment of "boo hoo, bitch" with anything enlightful at all. Why? Why would you?
This guy specifically said, "Not racism, just an awful show. Terrible actors should stop calling people racist for not watching their awful shows. They should learn to act."
Okay, for this specific one,
harassment?
She's saying, no, but hold on. For this specific one, she's saying like, "Yo, I receive racism, and I want Disney to kind of come out and say something." His response is, "No, it wasn't racism." He's telling her like, "No, you imagined it. You dreamt it up. You're just a terrible actor.
You did.
And
You
stop
didn't
using
experience racism.
You didn't experience it. You're just a terrible actor. Stop accusing people of racism." But how would he fucking know?
So again, all I'm doing here is taking these comments, and I'm trying to get the mirror to you, Ty, to you, Matt, because what I'm trying to get here is what is appropriate behavior, right?
I think we can all agree on this. I think
so what should these people not be saying? What should they say so they're not in the hidden replies?
I can answer this.
So the actor doesn't feel
Look,
attacked.
I can answer
should
that for
everyone
you.
just say, you know what, that show was pretty good. It's just unfortunate that no one watched it.
Look, I can answer that for you. Let me answer that for you 100% honestly. Look, there's nothing that you can say that guarantees you to not be a hidden reply because it's up to the person running the account. However, what you shouldn't say is something racist. Whether or not all those comments are racist, which they're clearly not, they can still be hidden. But what you absolutely shouldn't say is something racist. I think we can all agree on that, right? We can totally agree on we shouldn't attack someone with a racist comment. Or do we not agree on that? Like we can agree on that, right?
We agree on that.
That's what you shouldn't say. There's nothing that you should or shouldn't say that guarantees your comment to not be hidden because I don't know this person on Culture Crave. I don't know who runs that. They could hide whatever comment they fucking want to hide. Just like I can hide whatever comment I want to hide on mine. Just like you can hide whatever comment you want to hide on yours. And the list goes on and on and on. There's nothing that guarantees your comment to not be hidden. However, we all...
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to reiterate. However, we all agree that what you shouldn't do is the bare minimum of not being a racist asshole.
Yeah, like I'm sure we're going to see some of these comments that are probably not that bad, but I'm looking at this one like this one says, "Don't make yourself a target; you will be a target." She's saying, "I've been accused of. I mean, I have people dogpiling racism on me, saying stuff, and his response is, yeah, well, you made yourself a target, so end of story." Like almost like you deserve it. It's like, what did you expect? Yeah, I can see why someone might be like, you know what, that's negativity. I don't need that on this channel. I'm gonna just mute this or whatever it is. I think it's fine. At the end of the day, there's gonna be.
Ty, I would take the L right now if every single one of the comments here we could look at and be like, oh yeah, for sure, we agree. This definitely.
Can we say majority instead of every single one of them?
It's like out of 10. It's like out of 10 that I scroll through, there's one. And it's like, bro, based off of that, can you really paint a brush over the whole community?
Okay, but can we say majority there? Because look at the one below now. It just says this is the kind of nutty chick who thinks there's racism behind it when she notices the table next to hers got slightly more tortilla chips than she did. Your show sucked. The cast of whining bitches. Fans turned out like, I mean, okay, bitches. There you go. Like, I don't want that on my channel. Next. Okay, and now we got a black person's face crying. Okay, next.
But is she like,
okay,
should they have used the white person like, crying?
People dislike the show. Go down. That one is okay. People dislike the show. Let's not make it more than what it was. Okay, fair enough. This one is actually okay. However, what she specifically saying is like, yeah, you might dislike the show. I'm talking specifically about the racism I received. So don't tell me not to make it more than what it was, because for me, it was more than just that. And the next one is, Vogue doesn't actually care about the source material.
Ty, when you open the door of for me, that's why I like to bring it to objectivity. That's why I like to bring it to numbers of like, okay, how many people were racist? How many? You know why? Because as soon as you take any discussion, any conclusion out of the realm of objectivity, and now it's subjective, we get into the universe of my truth. And once you walk into the universe of my truth, everything is true. Nothing is true.
I agree with you there.
Everyone is right. Everyone is wrong.
I agree with you there.
Me personally, as soon as I'm discussing anything with any person, as soon as they open that door of my truth, I know that I cannot have a rational conversation anymore. Like that's it. That's the end of the discussion. If you cannot reconcile objective reality, right? Then we can't interact.
Whoa. But the thing that this whole thing started with her saying she's receiving racist comments. 100%. If you're receiving racist comments, you're receiving racist comments.
Yeah.
Just because I go on Culture Crave's thing and I see like only a couple of racist comments doesn't mean that she isn't receiving racist comments.
So, like, can I come in there? The racist
comments? Go ahead.
So Matt, like the issue is she's blaming Disney for doing nothing about it, which is false. She's lying.
Nice one, Richie.
Because,
Nice one.
because every single time, whenever this happens, Disney will be the first one. I remember when the Acolyte came out, they were the first ones preemptively before the first the first episode even launched. They were the first ones who started to go on an offensive, saying that they're trying to squash all the racists, all the toxic fanboys. They literally preemptively started it to say, we are condemning any racist, blah, blah, blah. So Disney speaks up about it every single time. And the reason they do that is got nothing to do, and this is just my opinion and just my observation, it's got nothing to do with the fact that they really care about the racism. It's because they knew the show sucks. And they just happened to hire a whole bunch of people of color to take, in my opinion and what I've observed, to take the flag for that. Because they always, whenever the show is going to suck, they put a whole bunch of people of color, a whole bunch of of non-white people right at the forefront, and then the show is sold as diversity and inclusion.
I don't believe that at all. No.
Whereas, for instance, if a show is going to be successful and they know their show is going to be successful, most of the time they do not do that. With this particular instance with the Acolyte, they did that. I can even get you the receipts where it was a whole bunch of it was first of all, it was the guy, it was Obi-Wan Kenobi, who came out, spoke on behalf of Disney and says, we condemn all racist attacks, blah, blah. So Disney every single time always tries and says this stuff, even before the whole thing starts. So she's lying when she says Disney doesn't do anything. And she's lying on behalf of Disney, of all people. I would never defend Disney just willy-nilly. But I got the receipts for that. And I know for a fact that they did come out and they did defend them. And they were the first ones to do so. But the problem is Disney knew the show was going to suck, which is why they put people of color in there, which is why they put other minority groups in there. They didn't do the same thing for Andor. They did nothing like that for Andor because they knew that the writing was strong. So there was no, even though the lead was a Mexican, they did no such because they knew that the writing was strong and overall the show was strong. So like,
but you can't deny that Acolyte got more dog powder bullshit than any other Disney show.
Because it was horrible. It was
very memeable.
It was horrible. Memeable. This is true. It was horrible. But you can't say that like the grifters and the losers didn't come on to dog powder because remember they didn't do it for Andor. They would have loved to do it for Andor, but they couldn't because it was too good to do it for. But as soon as they recognized that Acolyte actually had people complaining about it, then it's okay for them to jump in and then claim it's all woke, right?
Yes, they can. There's customers.
Yeah, but then the point is that, like, I'm not saying, listen, she's wrong on Disney, not stepping forward and saying all these things. Yeah, she's 100% wrong with that.
She's lying about Disney.
That's she's lying, but the thing is, like, she doesn't know anything. Like, yeah, I can say she's clueless about this, right? However, I can understand it from an emotional point of view that she's seeing it as like, yo, Acolyte is getting worse. This is the worst in terms of toxic energy we've had for any Disney show, any Disney property. So I would like you to come out more and say something again. Yeah, you did it the first time, which was grand, but come out more and say something again.
But like Ty, there's nothing more they could have said. What is Disney gonna say that's gonna make people not hate a dog shit, like the worst Disney ever made?
All right. God damn, dog shit.
You look at the ratings; it's like 13%. Like
it's not.
There's nothing you can do, Ty. There's nothing Disney could have done. Like aside from
I understand, but when you're the entity and you're a faceless entity and you have your employees at the ground level taking abuse from your product, from the product you wrote, the product you directed, the product that you're putting out there, I maybe expect you to say, yo, listen, to the fans, calm the fuck down. Now, maybe that's not going to... No. I'm saying as it got worse, she's expecting come out
several times condemning toxic fans during the Acolytes run.
If they did, then I think that she's wrong, 100%. That she's wrong, 100%.
That's true. They did come out. Didn't that chick make like a diss track?
Yes, even
she's stupid.
Amanda. Bro, Ty, you're racist for calling her stupid. You're also sexist for calling her dumb. Piotr brings up a good point here. Ahsoka happened. same thing, like black female protagonist. No one shat on it. It was a decent
Yes.
show.
Why?
It was a
Because
decent
she's
show.
orange, man. No one cares about that.
Oh,
She's
buzz
orange.
off.
She's
The show was
orange.
decent. No,
Because
stop
everybody
it.
loves.
I don't know what any of
Rosario
this shit
Dawson.
is.
But
You
she
guys are
orange though.
speaking-
Like
you guys are
what
speaking a different language
seriously
to
though.
me right
Like,
now.
listen, she orange, man. Nobody cares if she orange.
Are you
Everybody
serious
loves
right now?
Rosario Dawson. She's a woman of color. She's black, but
They
everybody
don't,
loves
they
Rosario
don't
Dawson.
care about. Listen, you could be
She's
a black
Orange is the
voice
color.
actor. They don't care if your face
And
is black. Then they care.
Nerds love Rosario Dawson.
Hey,
They've all
Hey,
watched
do you actually believe that the issue is that it's a black face? Are you serious right now, Ty? You're
No.
not
You mean
trolling right
wait.
now.
For racist, is it a black face? Yeah. If you mean quality of the
No.
show, that's a different
No,
conversation.
no. Don't move the goalpost. People shat on the acolyte. Everyone. Forget the racist dude. No one watched that damn thing.
Yeah,
And
but
the
we're
only
talking
people
about
that
the
watched
racism
it,
though.
the only people that watched it,
But we're talking about the
the
racist.
only people that watched it is the people that made video reviews on YouTube. Everyone else that tried to watch it quit because it was so bad.
Yeah, but are we talking about the quality of the show? We're talking about the racism she suffered that she's speaking on.
Because I thought that's how this whole thing started.
These are separate discussions.
All right, fine.
I'll say this, yeah. Like okay, like Obi-Wan did 90 minutes.
Orange in the show.
Obi-Wan, sorry, what?
Is she orange? I thought Rosario Dawson was just black.
I'm saying, like, if you're talking about, like, you know, Ahsoka, whatever it is.
The actress is black. Yes.
She's orange, so no one's gonna. The racist ain't gonna care. She's orange. It's the same thing with the
Come on.
It's the same thing
Are
with
you
the chick
serious
in
right now?
What?
It's because they painted her orange. Get the fuck out of here.
She actually does look kind of orange, though. I can't
She's
lie.
orange. What are you talking
She
about?
looks orange. I can't lie. Come on, look. She
She's
does
like a
look
Star
orange.
Wars character, bro. Like, what are we talking
The
about?
character
Like,
is orange, but she's black.
Yeah. She's the
Okay,
actress is black. Yes.
So
yeah,
the
no,
idea,
I'm not saying this is
here-
why the show did good or bad. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
we're talking about racism. She orange, like they don't know.
Oh my god.
Listen.
They
You could
know Rosario
you could be a
Dawson,
black
they
actor.
know she's black,
You could be a
come on.
black voice actor, and you could play an Asari. They won't care.
That feels
You
that
blue.
feels disingenuous. Ty,
But
that feels
who brought
disingenuous.
that
I think
up? Who brought
anyone
that- who brought
watching
Ahsoka up?
Ahsoka knows that she's black. Come on, bro.
Yeah, who brought Ahsoka up? That's actually a very valid point because of the fact. And again, that show
I
Ahsoka was also
brought
not
it
very
up.
highly
It was Piotr in the
Yeah.
chat. He brought up
And they're
Ahsoka.
absolutely right because of the fact how popular, like the actress is part of the fandom. I mean, she's been into Jay and Silent Bob stuff. She's in so many things that every nerd recognizes Rosario Dawson. Every nerd was excited when they heard that she was cast as
Yeah, but Ushers, are you saying Acolyte isn't more woke than Ahsoka?
Oh my goodness.
Well, Ahsoka also made some decisions that fans were not very. That a lot
Yeah,
of
but-
the grifters that you talk about would have said were woke. But again,
but-
even the whole woke thing is very much. It's very relative. It's like incel. You can call anyone an incel just like you can call anyone woke. At the end of the day, it's the merit of that.
All right, let's bring it back in. We're going way off topic. Let's bring it
What
back
are we
in.
talking about? We're talking about incels now. What's
We're
going on?
going back to the
Two
article.
are interchangeable.
Ty, Ushers,
What's up?
chill. We're going back to the article.
Yeah.
She continues, it would just be nice if the people that have all the money, whether that be Disney or any studio, were showing their support and putting their feet down. Say this is unacceptable. You're not a fan if you do this. Make a really big statement and just see if any money leaves. I bet you it won't, because people of color
There she goes with that.
people of color, and especially black people, make up a very large percentage of buying power. They might find that it's actually more lucrative for them, but everyone's using woke like it's a dirty word. Fellas, before you guys go, Black
Hello?
people make up a very large percentage of buying power.
Not that significant though.
That would mean we're not talking about black people being oppressed anymore.
No, black people don't make up a large percentage of buying power. Black people
Man,
are a
we have to
like there's
believe
a
her.
lot of what?
We have to believe her. Remember?
What are you talking
You're the
about?
one who said if she says X, we have
oh
to
my
believe
Christ.
what she
Okay, look, shut the fuck up. All right, because dude, I'm not gonna sit here on this show and say that she's not experienced racism. I'm not gonna do that. We're not doing that. I will say, however, her saying that black people make up whatever, however she worded that, a big percentage. They don't make up a big percentage of buying power because that's just an objective truth. They don't. They
It's
might
just not
make
true.
like the small percentage that they make up of buying power. Probably it's a lot of people, but it's not the majority of it's not the big
It's not
percentage.
significant. I'm sorry.
Yes, like it can equal out to a big number or whatever, but we're not the majority.
No, we're
just
from
not.
Yeah.
So it's
mostly,
like yeah.
It's like, and I don't understand like all this stuff where it's mostly white dudes. Like, why is this thing such a like? This is not rocket science. Like, you're selling shit to mostly white dudes, but for some reason you refuse to sell shit the way you used to sell it to white dudes before because you feel that they need to be more inclusive in what they enjoy. Like, if I was a white dude, I would be fucking off. I would like actually tell you to go fuck yourself, and I'd take my money elsewhere.
Just a quick
Like,
one. When
because
she
when
talks
you
about
when you
buying power,
dictate
does
to
she talk?
me,
Is she talking about America?
yes, I'm talking specifically about America.
No,
Like,
because I remember seeing somewhere that like this is years ago now that the black spending power in America is in relative to the actual people themselves, it's actually quite high. Like was it like 20%,
depending on
19%?
the market. Like, for instance, in terms of
Sure.
selling movie tickets, the
Yeah,
black
yeah, yeah. So she's kind of going out of bounds by saying
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
no,
but
she's
I think what she's really trying to just say, like, she's wrong when it comes to the cinema part of it. But I
Yeah,
think she's
help
trying to
her,
say, like,
Ty.
if you try
Help
to
her. Make her right. Make her right, Ty.
yeah,
Go ahead.
if you
Go ahead.
appeal to black people as a whole, I think what she's trying to say is that like, yeah, listen, like we can overtake the races, like, you know, they're not that important. And I think that's somewhat I don't think it's a black thing, because remember what we talk about Nike, yeah, when Nike did Black Lives Matter, it was because they made a calculated decision that black people, young people, were actually going to be enough to get rid of these, you know, older demographic of people who aren't so relevant. So I think what she's trying to say is like, listen, the Gen Zs, these young people, they don't care about black people being in TV shows. They don't care about Asian people being in TV shows. They want more diversity. This is what they're actually used to and what they like. So ignore these people in their 50s and 60s, all these trolls or racists, and just focus on the younger crowd, and then that's where the money is.
Yeah,
That's
the
what she's
younger
trying to do.
crowd, the
she's wrong.
younger crowd are so present that they didn't watch Acolyte, but it's fine. It's fine.
Like, she's
The
completely
younger
wrong when
crowd
it comes to Star Wars and video games.
Yeah, she's wrong. Yeah, she's wrong for sure. She's wrong. She doesn't know what she's saying. I think
Nike,
she's
maybe. I mean, Nike has been making Jordans forever, but like not in video games, bruv. Not in Star Wars. That's
wasn't Kanye's shoes like one of like was Adidas's biggest Yeezy, sorry, like wasn't it like their biggest product?
Yes, but
when
I
they
said
first
to you
came
guys,
out,
when it comes
when they first came out, they made billions when they first came out. Yeah.
Here's a quick question, kind of off topic, but Ty just said it. Do you guys all say Adidas or is it Adidas?
Adidas.
Adidas. What about you?
Adidas. That's what you say. Well, that's what I say is Adidas. Look.
Adidas.
I say Adidas.
Adidas. So I say Adidas. So me and Ash just say Adidas.
Yeah,
that's
Adidas.
interesting.
Yeah, I don't know where it came from. I just say it.
Yeah, I just say Adidas. Yeah, it's just that Adidas, if you look at the words, there need to be either two eyes or an accent
Yeah, look, it's
on
not that.
on the D for you to pull it down.
That's too much, look. You're doing too much.
Yeah,
But if you say
I've
Adidas,
literally never thought of that.
think about it. Most words you just say like Adidas, right? But
Say
if you want to pull
Adidas.
words down, like stretch them with Adidas or Adidas, there needs to be something on the E.
That's wild because as soon as I saw the word Adidas, I was like Adidas. I never thought, oh, this is obviously Adidas. I've never thought that.
Neither.
You guys want to play a
It's
fun game?
Everyone I know says Adidas.
I've noticed like British people say Adidas.
Yeah,
and I mean, Loke. It looks like I don't know. I've never heard somebody like I've never heard somebody in my like personal life say Adidas.
Same.
Until now, yeah.
Yeah, that's just a thought, just a random thought. I just heard it and I had to bring it up.
Yeah, no,
okay,
I got you.
so there's a page on YouTube called How to Pronounce It, and they do have the word Adidas. So let's play a little game. Let's play a 8-second game and see who's right here.
Ron Slusher in the chat.
What he say?
He said it's pronounced Concord, not Concord.
Oh Lord! But bad boring DA games is simply bad. Anyway, okay, hold on. Let's watch this.
What do we do?
Adidas. Adidas. Adidas.
There you go.
I don't trust that. That's not an American flag back there. I don't trust that.
That's a British
I don't know what that was. That was propaganda, honestly.
British people call it like you heard them say Adidas.
But dude,
yeah, that was propaganda.
Dude, British English is the right English.
No, this is propaganda again.
We have our
Stop
own
doing
English.
that.
We have South African
Stop doing
English.
that.
It's British
South
English.
African English. All right, whatever.
Yeah. Even in Ireland, they have a different English, don't they, Ty?
Yeah, we got the
What are we
different
doing?
slangs.
It's just different accents. I don't know. I feel like the accent, like words, in my opinion, you should pronounce them as they're written.
Agreed.
And
I
for me,
totally agree with that.
there's no type of like accentuation. There's no double words. It's just one I. So it's Adidas. That's it.
That's why I say Adidas.
Adidas.
Blind Giant.
Hey,
Blind Giant. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you for coming through. We're happy to have you, Matt. Thank you so much for that little segue. I really appreciate that. That moment of levity. You should come through here more often on Mondays. Please. Please.
I'm not trying to be on here if you guys are getting super messy. I'll say that.
Did we get messy today? Today it was very civilized, I think.
Yeah, I think
it was mostly civilized.
Except for Xbox slander. Osh's Xbox slander was a bit out of pocket, in my opinion.
I'll never go easy on Xbox.
Anyways.
Yeah. I am.
All right.
I'm surprised you didn't speak about Joker. I'm surprised you didn't speak about Joker since this is everything else.
No. Would you like to talk about Joker? Because I haven't seen it.
I think we're out of time.
I haven't either.
Have you seen it, Oshis?
No, I'm not gonna go see it. I've made my mind up.
Well, you need to go see it so you can tell us what you saw, and then we can talk about it.
Apparently, it sucks though. So
yeah, what's crazy to me is like apparently like the sentiment I've seen is like people are kind of shocked and upset that it's a musical, and I'm just like I don't like that either. Like I'm not gonna watch it just because I don't want to go see a Joker musical. But like,
yeah,
I'm not surprised that it's a musical because what's his name, Todd Phillips, didn't he come out and say like 3 years ago that the next Joker thing is gonna be a musical?
I think the problem was the execution. I think from what I'm seeing, people, it's not just the fact that it's a musical, it's the fact that like it's not a good one. People are not
well quality. And then
Gotcha.
they did the classic, and this is why I'm like ecstatic that Konami was just like, dude, we're not going to make the next the next game from Hideo Kojima. We're not going to make that game, right, with a remake of that game. We're not going to make it for a modern audience. We're just going to take everything, all the old assets, the voices and everything. The story is going to be the same, and then we're just going to update the graphics. That's why I'm super happy about this. Joker is another example in a long list.
Wait, what game were you just talking about?
The shit one.
I was talking about Metal Gear. He didn't mention a specific game. I think he was talking about.
Oshus, you don't know about
Yeah, I
this.
thought he was talking about a game that he can't talk about for a second
Which game?
there.
Oshus,
Yeah.
so someone in the super chat, I think it was Raichi offered to pay at least $5 a week to the channel, so I don't bring up that game. And then
Which one?
And then Vincent
Yeah, which
Vega
one?
offered to also put in another $5 a week, so I don't talk about that game. So
What's a good amount of money? What game you?
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know which game you're talking about, though. Looks like I'm lost, bro.
Is it Schmeddle Smear Smolid?
anyways,
I told
this
this game
Joker
or
movie,
game series.
this joke, Matt, you're having too much fun with this.
Okay.
Essentially, they deconstructed the Joker again, right? So if you watch the movie, he was all broken up. He got his shit together, more or less, right, in a psychotic way, and then became the Joker. According to the people that have watched it, they broke him down again.
Yes.
And
Absolutely.
yeah.
That's what I've heard.
I saw a theory, and I haven't seen the movie, so I don't know if this holds any weight at all. But I saw an interesting theory that somebody had, and I can't remember who it was. It was someone on Twitter made a post about like. I think they said it's funny that people don't like it's hilarious seeing people have a negative reception to Joker 2 because their theory is that Todd Phillips, the director, made this movie awful intentionally to ruin the legacy that the first movie had because the first movie resonated very heavily with the wrong people was this person's theory. And I haven't seen the second movie, so I don't know. Okay, so from what I'm gathering is they're saying that they made this movie dog shit.
Okay.
To basically ruin the first movie because too many people, and this is their theory, not mine, because too many people saw that first movie and were like, fuck yeah. And I gotta be honest, when I saw the first movie, I was kind of like, fuck yeah. But then I look back at it and I'm like, hold on. Like, I get the message of the movie, or at least I think I do. But like it's not great. It's not a great message.
No,
and it really resonated with a lot of like so many people online at the time to the point where like looking back on it in hindsight, it's kind of scary.
But Matt, is it not a relatable story? Like that?
No,
guy,
I totally agree. Totally agree.
Yeah, like, and that's my thing. Is that so? Like, and this is my thing. Is that so? What are they trying to curb here? It like because at the same time they will like a lot of filmmakers.
Oshus, this question of yours is assuming that this theory of Matt's is true because that's a hell of a reach.
It's not my theory. It's somebody on Twitter. Make that
clear. I've heard a lot of what Matt is talking about on Twitter. I've seen a lot of it.
So this is real. This is real. It's not just one person saying this.
I've seen a lot of different people. Again, we can't really. It would be difficult for us to like sort of quantify if that's the generic or the overall opinion. But what I'm saying is that I've heard a lot of that. But my thing is then again is that like so, what is it's they say when I was younger, where I can relate this to.
That was a long time ago when you were young.
It was back in 1999 when Fight Club came out. People said the same thing about Tyler Durden. Sorry?
1969, you said.
1999.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when Fight Club came out, they said exactly the same thing about Brad Pitt's character Tyler Durden, that he is a dangerous. The word is he's an anti-society. He's archaic. He's not a healthy role model for young people or for young men. But his entire thing, if you've watched Fight Club, you get the thing. If you're old, and this is the thing I don't understand, is that you are selling this to mature audiences. So you assume these people have finished school and they've been in society enough that they can make good or bad decisions. So why are you now like saying, well, I don't trust that you'll be able to determine whether or not Arthur Fleck is a moral person or whether or not this action is something that you can actually do in real life? I loved Tyler Durden and I loved his message, but I didn't start Fight Club. I didn't try to blow up my bank or whatever. Nobody did. None of that happened. It's just this. Whenever it's a male-driven thing, all of a sudden we must be cautious. But if it's something that's driven from a minority or from a female perspective, in America, anyways, then we can have revolution. Then we can encourage people doing things against the police. Like, to me, that is such a very weird message.
But I think it's like, if you the person who has this theory is probably a white person, right? I think maybe there's.
I'm not entirely sure. They had like an anime profile. It could have been a white guy. Could have been an Asian.
I don't want to get too much into like race situations, but like white people wouldn't really talk about black people's problems. Like, if you guys want to make gangster music talking about killing each other, that's on you. However, if our community starts talking about these things, we're gonna go crazy at it. Like, we're gonna put a stop to it. So I don't really subscribe to that thing, because white people don't only care, because if you're in a particular community, you only care about that community, right? So if you're a black person, you primarily care about black communities. If you're an Asian person, you primarily care about Asian communities. Same thing for white people.
No.
What do you know?
No.
Why?
No.
Why? Explain.
One of the big arguments me and Ham had earlier in our relationship, like friends and our worldview and whatever. One of the things that threw him off was when I was like, dude, I can't wait for the day when we don't have countries anymore. I won't be able to see it. This will happen when we're long dead, but I can't wait for the day, because I feel like as a species, these divisions are the things that hold us back from making Mass Effect real.
In order for that to happen, we need to let go of the idea of ownership.
I understand what you're saying. All I'm saying is that, to your point of if someone is in a community, they only care about that community. I'm saying, me personally, and clearly Oshus, who was piping up about to disagree with you, I think I'm not one of the few. I think there's a lot of people that feel the same way that I feel. That we need to start shedding these things that they only serve to separate us. They only serve to distance people from each other.
From a future perspective, like, I completely agree, right? But it's kind of like how, if you're in Africa, do you really care about Palestine? If you're in Africa, do you care about Ukraine?
So I'll be clear with you. Like, as an African, I care about African issues first. Like, for instance, what I mean by
100%.
that is things happening on the continent, and that's got nothing to do with race or culture or anything. It's geographical, because I know that the world tends to not put any resources towards those. So I would focus more on that than, like, because I know Palestine is taken care of. The US is putting money in there. I know freaking Ukraine, the US is sending money hand over fist today, but they will never send a cent unless it's like, the only thing they send here is like, bags of like mealie meal and stuff like that.
And rice.
And that's the sort of, and rice. That's the sort of support they give Africa. So that's the only reason I would be, my disposition would be Africa first, because I just feel that the world does not take us seriously enough to actually give us the sort of funding that the rest of countries going through conflicts get. Same with Nigeria. They don't give Nigeria, like, if you look at what the World Bank does for Nigeria, if you look at what the World Bank or the EMF does for Zimbabwe or any country that's struggling, it's different from what they do for the Middle East and what they do for Eastern Europe or any other region. So that's the only reason I would actually separate.
And And do you believe that's a racial thing?
No, it's a geographic thing. It's a geographic thing, and it has to do
we are
with
further away.
No, we are, in terms of the locus of power and control, in terms of what they're interested in. Gold, they've already monopolized through capital. There's nothing in Africa local that they need that they cannot get. Whereas in the Middle East and all these other areas, they have to be more strategic in terms of how they sort of like source or how they sort of put out resources for those areas. Here they don't care, dude. Like they're like, honestly, like all our stuff, because of like just the history of Africa and then the looting that's happened here. They don't seem to take shit.
It's still happening, Oshas. And we are facilitating it.
No, absolutely, I agree with you. Like our people have sold us out so badly that they've given away the gold. That's why they don't need to send weapons or give us weapons for gold. They'll give us milli meal. They'll give us rice. All these other stupid ass things that we don't need. Whereas Ukraine, they'll give weapons. Israel, they'll give weapons. Iran, they'll give weapons. We're the only people that they don't give weapons. That's the only reason I have a different priority when I think about Africa. It's got nothing to do with race, or because the world just doesn't work. People don't. Yes, race is important, but I think to most white people, race is not that important. It's a very secondary thing. And what I mean by that, I mean people that are actually not losers on the internet, that their only claim to any sort of success is by the virtue of being white. Real white people don't give a fuck about being white. They're more interested.
Real? What do you mean real ones? Oh my god! All right.
Yeah, I mean, like real white people that have actually got things going for their lives.
Ty,
they don't care about being associated.
Before we interrupted you, finish your point.
Well, the point was what was it again? It was about that I don't really agree to the theory at all, just because when we talk about this particular individual saying, oh, okay, the first movie wasn't great, it's a message, so let's kind of sabotage it. I think like I said, only white people actually care about that if it's a white movie. Like if you make a movie about killing people, gangsters or whatever it is, like NWA, white people don't care about that because it's a black person killing black people. Like why why would they get triggered by that? Like, if you want to shoot yourselves, go shoot yourselves. That's not our business. Like keep that shit in your neighborhoods, kill yourselves, and it's all good. It's the same reason why, like, let's say you go to maybe a place like Brazil, right? In the favelas, whatever happens there just stays there. Like as long as that shit doesn't leak onto my street, it's okay. I was in where I used to live like a couple of years ago. There was these gangsters like moved in, and they started doing some crazy shit, and then eventually people got shot, and everyone's sentiment was the same. Yo, you moved in here. We knew you guys were shooting each other like 10 minutes away at that block. The hell you doing over here? And as soon as that guy, he passed away, everyone was happy. They were like, yeah, listen, if you want to shoot each other, just shoot each other over there away from my people. So I think there is an element of like
that's dark.
Society. There's an element of like race that plays into a little bit. But to the main point, I don't think this was any kind of conspiracy. I think, listen, it's a director who clearly got too much. He got too much power, clearly, and he just wanted to do certain things. There's no way he's going to want to sabotage his name, especially with the lights of like Lady Gaga, Joaquin Phoenix, Brendan Gleeson, in his projects. So, like, no one wants a flop.
Yeah. So as you guys are talking about this, I saw Culture Crave posted Joaquin Phoenix was reportedly the one who pushed for a sequel after the idea came to him in a dream. They contemplated putting on a Broadway show before ultimately committing to a movie. And this is apparently a report from Hollywood Reporter.
Yeah, this is what happens when you let creators just create. You can't, because this is stupid. This is dumb. You need executives to say, no, we're going to rein this in. This ain't going to happen. Like, I always give this example of Dragon Ball Z, right? The Cell saga wasn't supposed to happen. It was the execs who was telling them, it was supposed to end at the Android saga. It was the execs that was telling what's his name again? The writer of Dragon Ball Z?
Was it Toriyama?
Toriyama. They were telling him, like, no, you got to extend this. He didn't want to extend it. and then he extended this to include Cell, right? So some of the best Dragon Ball Z moments came from like literally corporals that telling him like, make this last longer, make this last
Yeah,
longer.
but
We want to make more
Cell
money.
was awesome, dude.
Yeah, but
The
that's my
Cell
point
saga
though. The,
Hey,
the,
that
the
was
creator did the creator didn't want that to happen, but it was the
Oh,
execs who will like make it happen. So sometimes like you do need the creators, you need the writers, and you need the execs to kind of come together and to
Yeah.
make a very valuable product.
I agree. I completely agree there. I just feel that with Todd Howard and no, not Todd, is it Philip? Was it Todd Phillips? Todd Howard. Todd Phillips.
Yeah.
With Todd Phillips and Joaquin Phoenix, I just feel that they should have been at least transparent in terms of what sort of movie they were making. Because the way that they marketed it, they marketed it as of like this is a continuation of where the Joker story ended. So now we want to see this this, and again to Matt's point, like this is not a character that necessarily that you're supposed to be rooting for. But if you look at what he went through, it felt organic enough that it felt earned in the story. And you thought that then okay, cool, now let's see where he goes from that moment that we see him at the end of the movie to
Yeah.
the sequel. And they did nothing of that. In fact, a lot of people say that they just went back and then they retold the same story and then they just fixed all the things they didn't like and made
dude,
it more.
The ending.
Yeah, no, that's that I've heard it's horrible.
Yeah, like I'm not even gonna post. Let's not discuss the ending, but for anyone that's curious about the ending, it's not good.
Yeah. No, I agree.
So
I'm not gonna go see it though. Like personally, I'm not like I'm tired of being subverted. Like I'm a fucking grown up. If I want subversion in my entertainment, I'll go look for subversion in my entertainment. Stop this shit of trying to take shit that I care about and then trying to subvert it because you think it's an artistic statement. I don't give a fuck about your art. What I give a fuck about is my entertainment and my peace of mind. So if you want to make art, go use lower budgets, go make smaller games that are not gonna cost like a Spider-Man 2 budget. Go make smaller movies that are not going to cost 200 million to do your artsy fartsy games. Go make what is that game? Blood. What is that? Something Burn. Go make that.
Bloodborne?
No. Something Burn thing that Loco was playing last week.
Dustborn.
Oh, Dustborn.
Dustborn. Go make Dustborn. No one will care. But like you can't take like 200 million to make an activist game to make a statement because you feel so strongly about this cause. No one cares at 200 millions. Everyone wants to see a good, entertaining movie that they're going to walk out of and say, that was kick-ass. Give you an example, like Deadpool versus Wolverine. Complete garbage in terms of plot and everything else, but I loved every single freaking second of it because it gave me all the good feelings I want from a cinema experience while I'm chowing popcorn and slipping a slushy. I don't want to be lectured to. I don't want to know how clever your understanding of politics is.
But you can lecture. Ushers, you can lecture, bro. You can lecture. Just do it well. Because if you think about it, there's a lecture in almost every great movie. There's a lecture in The Matrix. There's a lecture in Braveheart. There's a lecture in what's that movie with Tom Cruise and that chick where the time keeps rewinding itself? I'm forgetting the name.
I know what you're talking about.
It's not Total Recall. It's the other one where he has like a mech suit or something.
It's got two names. It's got a different name in the States and it's got a different name here.
Yeah. Damn it. Point is, if you pay attention, there's no great movie or video game that doesn't have a lecture or doesn't have an agenda.
Even metaphor right now, if you go on Twitter, like people are posting clips of certain statements that seem political.
Yo, guys, I gotta hop out. Apologies.
Hey, hold on. Before you go, plug your stuff, dude.
Yo. Oh man, you can find me on YouTube, Matt Likes Games, videos every week on that channel, podcasts every week. Monday at 8 p.m. is the R3 podcast with myself, Hard Days Mike, and it's me, Twan. Wednesdays at 8 p.m. is a 2 Player podcast with myself and Ham Solo. And Fridays, I'm here every week for bullsitting 4 p.m. on this channel. So that's where you can find me. I'm going to get up out of here. Appreciate you guys for having me. And
Thank
I'll
you for
talk to
coming,
you guys.
bro. And
Talk to you guys later this week.
We're waiting for you on next week Monday, Matt.
I'll have to see what you guys are talking about before I commit to anything. But
no more
I might.
Star Wars, man.
I might. Yeah, for sure. All right, man. I'll talk to y'all later.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Yeah. So I was saying, if you pay attention, if you're objective about this, guys, and this is why I've always disagreed with all this rubbish about, don't put politics in my game. Don't put politics in my dude. Everything has always had politics.
Yeah.
Everything.
No, I agree with you. Like even Metal Gear Solid.
Power Rangers had
But like
politics.
the difference
If you paid attention.
But like, look, you know when you're being lectured and when you're being told, like, listen, this is the right message to listen to.
Ushers.
Versus when someone is doing it in a way.
I disagree, Ushers. They all had lectures in it. They've always had lectures. You know what the problem is? You know what the problem is?
Yeah.
They worked from the foundation, then they built up their games or their movies. So the foundation was always, let's make a good movie.
So like, let me ask you a question. Let
me finish.
Okay.
After they finish making the good game, after they finish making the good movie, they have the foundation. That's when they'd be like, all right, how do we stick our politics into this? Now it's backward. And it's something that I even mentioned in my Dustborn stream as well.
I agree with you.
Now
that's not
they first come up with, this is our politics. Everyone put this on the board, right? Then after they put on the board, how do we make this a video game? That's not right.
No, but I agree with you. But like, you understand? No, but like, look, I disagree with you using the word lecture, because what you're describing there in the second example, that's lecturing. That's you having a message, and then you want to convert that message to a medium, which means that you want this message to be told through
and
video
what I'm
games.
telling you, and what I'm telling you is, even the good ones, even the good games, even the good movies, they all had a message that they wanted to get
they were
across.
Not lecturing you. They were not hitting you over the head.
No, let me they were hitting you over the head. Yes, they were. The only difference is they made sure to entertain you first. It's the equivalent. I don't know where I heard this analogy. This is not an original analogy. I'm sure I've heard this from someone else. It's the equivalent of taking your girl out, and then you don't pay for dinner, you don't pay for transport, you don't pay for nothing. You don't even talk to her, but you just want to go straight into penalties.
So, like, look, let me ask you a question, right? So,
that's the difference.
Yeah, let me ask a question. So, where did Metal Gear lecture to you in the first game?
I can't talk about that specific game because of the super chats. I'm a man of my word. Choose another game.
Okay, so like, what's another example? What's a movie you enjoyed, Luke, that like had a political
Matrix?
Where did the Matrix 1 lecture you at any point about anything? What is the first thing? What is the first thing that
government control?
Yes, but like, what is the first thing?
That's the lecture. That's the lecture.
Yes.
Government.
No, that's not a lecture. Listen,
you have a choice.
You know what the lecture is? You know what the lecture is? The Matrix 4.
Listen. They gave you. They have a message. They have an agenda that they want to get across in the Matrix, right? About personal choice and freedom, right? And the fake world that is out there. That the piece of paper that you're holding.
So
the piece of paper that you're holding has no real value. It's just a piece of paper.
No, but then at what point in time did Morpheus say to Neo, this is the only way? Our viewpoint and how we see things are the only direction that you can go forward. You need to take this blue pill or this red pill so that you can know the truth. That's what I'm saying to you. If you go back to those movies and how they're made,
Dude,
yes, there's
no.
a message.
You're not gonna
No, but
school me
listen,
on
let me,
Matrix, bro.
let me finish.
You know,
Let me finish.
I watch Matrix almost every year, bro.
Okay,
In
so
the
where's
scene,
okay?
on the
So
scene,
where's
in the scene that Morpheus, after Neo takes the red pill, in the scene that Morpheus
what does Morpheus
sits
say?
with Neo in the white screen, in the with the white screen background, and there's the two couches and the
100%.
television, and then he
What does he say to
explains
Neo?
that they turned us into a battery.
No. Before that, before you even get there, what does when
Well,
he's about to give him the 2 pills? What does Morpheus say to Neo? Remember, Neo.
that you have a choice.
No. He makes it very clear. He says, "Remember, Neo. Before you take the pill," and he doesn't say it before you take it, but he says, "Remember, Neo. What am I doing? I'm only offering the truth. I'm only offering I'm not telling you that this is what's going to happen. I'm only offering you the truth." So, in other words, it's up to you to take it and see what it is. I'm not saying to you that this is going to be your reality. I'm just offering you the truth or to show you the truth. You don't need to accept it. You have a choice out. Today, they don't make stories like that, Luke. They tell you that this is what we want you to think. If you don't think like this, if
Which
you
is
don't believe
fine.
that this cause is
Orchard.
righteous,
It's
then you
perfectly
are on the right
fine.
side.
It's perfectly fine for them to peddle that point of view, in my opinion. It's perfectly fine. All you have to do, Tai, I don't know if you're still there, but all you have to do as an entertainer is first pull the veil over my eyes. Entertain me first. Get me wet. And then you can have my way. You can have your way with my mind.
Okay.
That the problem now is that no one takes the time to entertain you first. There's no subtlety.
I
Do you know what I
agree with
mean?
you saying, but
It's
I don't
all
agree in
it's in the nose. And if you watch my Dustborn stream, I don't have a problem with them sharing the politics that they have. I have no problem with that. But they have no tact. They don't know how to weave and make it interesting, make it fun. It's so obvious. It's so boring. no
And
one, no
again, that
one,
just comes down to
no one wants to pay for
I think we're
boring.
saying the same thing. We're just using different words.
Probably. Raichi, yes, Raichi. Lok didn't saw the message of the ending of Hellblade because he was bored. Bruv, I fell asleep. And I'm telling you, between my work hours, the time I've spent with my family, studying, the podcast, and all the other stuff I need to deal with in my life, finding time to go to the gym and all this other extra stuff. If I'm not going to pay you, right? And this is something all these gaming companies, movie companies, these TV show companies, they need to get it through their skull, at least on the West, because in the East they get it. In the West, they need to get it through their skull. We have options. We have options, and we don't have much time. So as soon as you try to feed me rubbish, I'm out. It's that simple. Give me a
Yeah.
good product and I will engage. Give me rubbish. Metaphor Refantasio just is coming out. I'm rebuying my collection on Steam. I just bought Remnant and Remnant 2. Baldur's Gate is gigantic. You could play Baldur's Gate for a year. It's not enough to say you have to buy this because it's a black character. It's not enough. You need to actually be good. Even just being mid is not enough. You need to be good. Anyways, that I didn't plan on going off on that tangent. Tai, do you have anything you want to add on this subject before we log off for today?
Nothing really. I've always said, that the problem is writing, and if somebody
Yes.
was going to be an activist writer, they wouldn't be a writer, or they'll be doing something else entirely. So I always point my finger at the writing as opposed to, who got the role, who was doing the hiring, all these things.
Skin color.
That's the main focus. Yeah, I think all that's irrelevant. And I think right now it's just such a boogeyman. Like apparently the 343 hiring manager, she's a black person, and I think she had the LGBTQ flag, on her LinkedIn. Somebody already started saying like,
Bro,
"Oh, it's
is
gonna be
she
shit."
good? Is she good at her job?
Yeah, but
I
the problem
don't-
is the problem is because the woke is such a catch-all term now. When people see diversity, people who are different, that's what they're gonna say. Like the term woke and DEI has just been lost in any quality product. As soon as you see,
Bridge is
Ghost of
next.
Yote.
Bridge is next, right?
What's next?
Bridge is the new name for DEI.
Bridge? Why Bridge?
Why Bridge?
Mm-hmm.
We'll break it down next week. We've been here for 4 hours and almost
Okay.
30 minutes.
Well, yeah. I mean, to just round up, like even like we said, Ghost of Yote got announced. Straight away it was woke this, woke that. So I think it's the nuance, the interesting discussions have been lost. Even with Assassin's Creed, you try to have a discussion with people about like, okay, fine, let's talk about the pros and cons of someone like a Yasuke in Assassin's Creed. Let's talk about Ubisoft's thinking on this. Let's talk about why they might have made this decision. But obviously, before you even get to that, it's like, wow, he's black in the game. He shouldn't be in the game. It's like, oh man, can we not like have a proper discussion? Like, why are we talking about this bullshit? But anyways, that's my 2 cents on that.
All right. Ty, please plug your stuff. Tell people where they can find you, etc., etc.
Yeah, you can find me at Taye Talks, TAYETALKS. Initially, I was gonna make a Starfield Shattered Space video. I still might do it, but Metaphor is calling. I don't think I have time to play Star. Listen, my mind is already gone from Starfield. It's like, okay, DLC was grand, it was okay, cool. I'm finished. I'll come back next year when you go like, crazy patches, DLCs, all that stuff. And just a key thing for people who don't know, there is a mod out there that lets you actually fly to planets. It's really, really good. It looks very, very immersive. So try that out if you guys are interested. But yeah, that's the channel, TAYETALKS, Taye Talks. And not too sure when I start uploading the video, but hopefully soon.
All right, good stuff. Oshus, plug your stuff. Tell people where they can find you.
So I am now on YouTube. My channel is up. So it's
what
Oz
is
the
your
Wiz.
channel name?
It's Oz the Wiz. I must
How do you
actually
spell
go
that?
inside. I'll put it in the chat. So it's Oz the Wiz. But you can just search Oshus7. You'll still find me. Wiz. So yeah. So please pay it a visit. I will have those videos up by the end of this week. So I'm working on 3 videos right now. I'm working on a Dragon Age Veil Guard. Just my response. And I'm working on a Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic video. And lastly, I'm just working on a gameplay video that's just going to talk about just some of my favorite characters, specifically female characters, and why I feel that those characters work and other characters currently do not work. So I'm working on those 3 videos currently. They should be up by the end of this week. Just 1 or 2 touches. Put the name in the chat. And if you're on Facebook, you can find me at Xbox Players South Africa or SA. I'll put that up here as well. Yeah. So both I've put in the chat. And on Instagram, you can find, sorry, not on Instagram, on Twitter, it's Osha7 or Oz the Wiz. Either way, you'll find me.
All right. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you to everyone that came through to watch and comment. Thank you to the super chats. Drawn TJ, Raichi, Yodani Casada, DJ Birdo Doss. Thank you guys so much for coming through. The legendary Yobi was here, bits. Piotr, welcome. Who else? Ron Slasher, Big Mad Mo, Ray Chi, Fark, of course. If I missed you, apologies. But yeah, thank you to everyone for watching. Really do appreciate it. Make sure you like and share this stream out on your way out. And we will see you tomorrow for my football manager. Oh, sorry. So we have shows every single day of the week on TSWS. So today it's everything plus gaming. Where we discuss literally everything like we just did, plus video games like Halo and stuff like that. Tuesdays, I stream Football Manager for about 1 or 2 hours. Wednesday, it's the lowdown with me and Ham Solo discussing video game news. Thursday, Ham usually has a college football stream, but sometimes it's Behind Them Sticks with a special guest for a interview. Fridays, we do bull sitting with everyone, the whole crew, me, Matt, Cozy, Ham, Namto Naina, and a special guest or two when they show up. Saturdays, it's Kalela's stream for Halo. She plays ranked on Halo. She's very good. I'm looking forward to seeing whether she's going to pick third person or first person when it becomes an option. We'll see. We shall find out. Sundays we're off. And then next week, Monday, we're right back here. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow on the Football Manager stream. Goodbye.